Hello, Morgan. Morgan, are you there, Morgan? Mr. Freeman. You just can't get the staff these days. You know what? He said he would get up every day at this time when I start streaming and he would do live voiceovers for that viewer discretion screen. Guess his alarm didn't go off this morning. Just decided he wasn't going to do it. But anyway, yes, viewer discretion is advised. How are we doing, everybody? Welcome on in. Happy, looks at the calendar icon widget. Friday. Happy Friday. The weekend's so close we can smell it. Good to see people this morning. Not a huge participation in the prediction, I'm going to have to say. Sometimes we get like all three options voted on, and some people win some points. Other times nobody votes, and I join this scene, and it's like, hello, anybody out there? Hello. But I guess just Tubby voted today, and Tubby will be pleased to hear that he doesn't lose any points. Yeah, but he doesn't gain any either, other than his points back that he already put in there. So we'll do a quick early prediction close. Which shirt am I wearing today? It is a PlayStation shirt, so it isn't coffee, it isn't sloth, it is in fact something else. So GG's, Tubby. There you go. Have 50 points, 50 cogs. Let's close that out. Alrighty. Harrier Cat, welcome on in. Good to see you. How's your Friday going? Twitch keeps freezing up on me. No, good to see you, Yogurt. In fact, let's right now, straight away, let's do some early shouts, shall we? So, Yogurt Garrel, GG's, first in chat today. I'm not sure if Yogurt was happiest about getting first or happiest about Berlin not getting first, but either way, Yogurt's happy, and you know what they say? The saying is, happy Yogurt, happy everybody else. So yeah, let's get a quick shout out there and see. Is it the poop stool clip, maybe? Or something else?
I got the
different one.
souvenir from CaseyCon, and I was
I see a penguin.
Like, I thought, oh, maybe you might.
I love
like
penguins.
like stickers or something, you know, like normal streamer stuff. Not expecting a Super Nintendo inspired. Thank you, Harold.
Attack of the Cat.
I'm so glad I caught
Somebody
that
wanted to
before
help
it's
assembling the Lego pieces. Oh my goodness. I love Yogurt streams. Sometimes she goes outside and touches grass so we don't have to, for which we are very appreciative. Tatum is in the house. How are you doing, Tatum? Is it your usual Friday off? Is that why you're here a little earlier than normal? Pre-lunch? It's about breakfast. What did you have for breakfast? Have you done breakfast yet? Do we have some pancakes today? Maybe some eggs, toast, coffee? You know, I need the details. My Friday is good. I started yesterday my first Unity tutorial, finally. Took only a few years to start. Well, I was in Shark Geek's stream yesterday, and he too was in there, and his stream title said he was learning Unity for the jam. So it always amazes me the number of people that switch to something new, go outside their comfort zone, and, you know, start picking up new skills during jam time. So yeah, GG's! Something like that. Does that need to be a sound alert? I probably need to put that as a sound alert. I feel like I'm saying that IRL more often than I do on stream. Oh my goodness. Anyway, thank you, Yogurt. Thank you for being here. Tatum's about to give us a very long message about everything that he's done today so far and everything he has, in fact, eaten. As the stream title should say, hello, Porky. We should be doing some more work on the game today, and I've been working on it off stream, so I have some updates. For those that were in the previous streams, you'll have seen it be developed from scratch and realize it is very butterfly heavy. So if you like butterflies, you're in the right place, as is Code with TD. How you doing, TD? Thank you for switching the calendar widget to Android before we've barely got started, before I've barely had a chance to take a breath. Yeah. Just finished eating a bacon, egg and cheese sandwich with cold brew coffee. I know, but I like cold coffee. So Tatum knows that I'm not a big fan of cold coffee. I've actually drank cold coffee, just regular coffee that was hot but went cold on stream before. Somebody dared me to do it for 50 bits, and you know I'm a sucker. I do anything for money. I think there's probably a name for people like that. But anyway, yeah, I usually like my coffee hot, and obviously we're doing the Jern Jam, so you know it would be remiss of me to not have a coffee cup that was Jern merch today. So the sandwich without the egg sounds quite delicious. Bacon and cheese sandwich. I usually go to, usually, like it's every day. When I go to McDonald's and it's still during the time they're serving breakfast, I usually have their sausage McMuffin. So you get like a sausage patty, they call it. It's a burger. A sausage patty and then a slice of cheese on top. And yeah, I quite like that. What's wrong with the egg? Those poor little chickens. I can't believe anybody was actually... No, I just don't like the taste. Yeah, there's no principles involved. It's purely a taste buds exercise. I don't like the taste. We had, a couple of nights ago, we had omelettes for dinner, and I just take the Sweet Baby Ray, the barbecue sauce, and I'm like... And, yeah, I have to douse it in sauce like I'm putting out a fire. And then I can eat it, because I just don't like the taste of egg. I don't do scrambled eggs. I don't do poached eggs. Growing up, I had boiled eggs, but it wasn't because I liked them. And I think that might be where my distaste for the taste of egg started. You know, my mum would boil the eggs, bless her, and she would put them in little egg cups and stand them on the table. And then we have like the bread that's cut up into long rectangles, and they were called soldiers, and you used to dip the soldiers in the egg and eat them. And no, the thought of that, doing that today, makes me somewhat a little nauseous. And you know, I'm not throwing shade at anybody that eats eggs. I'm not here to judge. I'm just saying this is my personal preference when it comes to what I do and don't eat. And to be fair, I eat everything else, so it's just eggs. You know, I can have quiche. Obviously, you know, again with the barbecue sauce, I've got to douse it. But yeah, we go anywhere like out to a restaurant, I usually have, what do they call it? The restaurant here calls it a Denver. No! Stop! Not this early. Give me 5 minutes to chat. I'm muting the mic. I'm throwing their sorry butts outside. I'll be right back. I think I'm going to have a discussion with my neighbour. One of my neighbours decides around this time to take their dogs for a walk, and obviously my dogs see that out the window, and that's when they start yapping. So they yap, yap, yap. I let them outside, and then 2 minutes later, after it's gone by, they're like, all right, we're coming back in now. Start scratching at the back door. Well, guess what? I'm putting both ears on. I can't hear anything now, apart from you guys, so... They can be outside for a little while. Actually, I can't because that music's way too loud and it just makes me shout then, thinking I'm shouting over the music. But apparently the volume level of the music is good for you guys and doesn't drown me out. So there you go. McDonald's coffee is good, way better than Tim Hortons here in Canada. Yogurt, I'm always saying this, okay? And it's not a popular opinion. We have Starbucks. We have Dunkin' Donuts. We have Black Rifle Coffee. We have Dutch Brothers. We have... What's the latest one we have that begins with M? And there's one that begins with M as well. And do you know what? Out of all of those... No, I didn't include it, but I prefer McDonald's. Yeah. I'd much sooner go to McDonald's. It's cheaper, and not just because I'm cheap. It's cheaper than those places, and I enjoy it. It's not... The other places just taste like it's burnt, like they left the coffee beans roasting for too long. I don't enjoy it at all. I will go to Starbucks for a Frappuccino. I'm quite partial to a small, because I call it small. I don't venti whatever la-di-da name they call the sizes there. I just get a small Frappuccino with no whipped cream on top because I'm trying to be good and healthy a little bit. Yeah, I quite enjoy that. But again, it's Starbucks prices, so you know you got to refinance your house to buy it. But once in a while, I do treat myself to one of those. That was a good impression of Sauce. I know if Balint was here, he would have clipped that and turned it into something out of context, very inappropriate. So thank you everybody for not doing that. I appreciate you. I was pleasantly surprised when I enjoyed a McDonald's coffee. I was expecting the sawdust flavour. Yeah, and you know what? I have tried quite a few sawdust flavours. Usually when I run out of K-Cups, and I'm like, K-Cups are expensive, and I do have a dealer that gets me K-Cups for free, but sometimes, you know, if I run out and I haven't got access to my dealer, my mother-in-law, then I tend to go like to Walgreens or the local supermarket and see what they've got and just grab the cheapest, okay? And that's a decision you will often regret because they're the ones that taste like sawdust, you know. Go to Family Dollar, go to Dollar General and get their Uncanny Valley brand or whatever it's called. Yeah, because that's the way to do it. But it's so cheap. It's like less than $5 for 10 or 12 K-Cups. I mean, you can't say fairer than that. And then when you drink it, you're like, yeah. Because I don't put sugar in. I don't put creamer in or milk. None of that stuff. I just have it strong. Black and strong is how I have my coffee. A while back, Tim Hortons changed their good coffee suppliers when they got bought out by the company that owns Burger King. Oh, did they really? When that happened, McDonald's bought the old Timmy's coffee, so now McDonald's is good. And I didn't know that. Interesting. I mean, I don't think we have Tim Hortons close to me. Let's have a look. Tim Hortons locator. I'm going to be very careful not to dox myself. Find a location nearby. Show browser. Allow location services to find our restaurants near you. No, don't dox me. Go away. Okay, oh, of course. Well, can I just not see a map of where they are and then kind of zoom in generally where I am? That would be nice, wouldn't it? Map. A map with nothing on. Okay. Well, I'm going to say, I wonder if I can just put in Dallas. I think that's far enough away from me to not dox me. Is that one?
Thank you so much, I am a Merlin, for the raid.
What? What?
Bit gaming.
Or this is why I wanted to have affiliate, and now I'm sitting here, literally moving a mushroom. And this is not high tech. This is very basic. And you guys just go for hype train level 3.
How rude the
On
music
my first
started.
day of streaming when I'm an affiliate. Like, how can you?
I mean, you know, such as the intricacies of game dev. Sometimes you just are moving a mushroom around the screen. I mean, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. These clips are so old. I try and go through my clips, and so even if they are old, they put me in the best light because people do love to create out of context clips. I'm turn my headphones off a bit because the music's blowing my ears off. Yeah, out of context clips, which don't necessarily always put you in a good light. But that clip was okay. I mean, it might have been old, but it was okay clip. How you doing, Merlin? I did get a couple of notifications that you streamed since we last saw you. I think one time you were in Canny's stream as well. So I am stalking you. I just haven't had an opportunity to jump in a stream and be totally engaging yet. So thanks for the raid. Good to see you. Welcome in, raiders. My name's Lee, Bit Gamey. We are usually working on a game called Rescue Ball, which has similar mechanics to Katamari Damacy. But for a couple of weeks, in fact 11 days and 8 hours left, as you can see at the bottom, we're working on the Jern Jam. So we're about to pull up the game and see how far we've got with it and do a bit of brainstorming with some ideas. But actually, what did you do in your stream today, Merlin? How rude, talking about me before I talk about you. Falcon Raid. Infinite Coda, welcome in. Temtic, how you doing? I have Temtic on my follower list as well as Merlin. This is from over a year and a half ago when I was doing Mycelium Road for a game jam. Ah, how funny! A game jam clip, and you stumbled into my stream where we're working on a game jam. Well, Jern jam stuff, and I remember you did not want to get ideas, so I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about what I did today. We're going to make an exception for raids, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm opening up a lot of streams of people that I follow when I see the notification, but as soon as I see either Jern Jam in the title, or if I see they're working on Jern Jam stuff, then I either lurk or I close it out because I can't be influenced. I need to stay focused, because also feature creep is real, as any game dev will tell you, that you come up with a basic idea and you think, yeah, I'm going to do this, and then you're like, I'm so focused, I'm doing this, oh, squirrel, oh, another squirrel, and then before you know it, you put in 10 features in your game you didn't expect to. And when it's a game jam and you're on a time crunch, it's not so great. But you can be more specific, Merlin. That's fine, go ahead. Bear is in the house, another legendary game dev. How are you doing, Bear? Have you slept, Bear, since your stream? I'm going to go out on a limb and probably say no. I'm thinking you'll be hanging around here for a little bit, and then you're probably going to take a nap in the fridge, like you normally do. So right before we get to the game dev portion, we were just taking a look, as you can see here, at Tim Horton locations, and I'm thinking there's probably not any Tim Hortons near me, because although I'm 3 hours away from Dallas, I'm trying not to dox myself, and I'm trying to see if there are any Tim Hortons near me, but either there are none at all, or it's not actually showing them on this map until you put a better address in.
Does anybody want coffee?
Have a look. Let's zoom out. I mean, it's as much as we can zoom out. So I'm not seeing any. So this is a great map, isn't it? So this is basically a map just to show you a map. It doesn't actually show you locations of any Tim Hortons, I guess, because we know they're in Canada, because Yoga was telling us, but we don't actually see any. Unless we're zoomed out too much, possibly. Yeah, so anyway. They have them in England now in some places. Oh, really? I'll have to have a look out next time I'm over there. Anyway, welcome in, everybody. Great to see you. Thanks for the early raid. It's a real treat for me. I have not, but I'm doing good. How are you this morning? I'm doing all right, thanks, Bear. Yeah, I'm happy to show off progress on the game jam. But before that, yesterday was the launch of the new Publisher of the Week on the Asset Store, where you can get assets for free, as well as on my Discord server, of course. So the Publisher of the Week this week is Jason Booth, should I say, and he made his Microverse gift. Microverse asset. It's still too early for me. Words are hard today. His Microverse asset on the Asset Store, Jason Booth has made for free since he's the Publisher of the Week. So if you use this code, Jason Booth, at checkout, you can in fact get a $70, $70 asset for free. So there's the link to the page. It'll show you the coupon code. You can just whack it in at checkout and watch that price drop all the way down to free. All right, so if we click on get your gift, I already have it, so I'm not going to go through the whole process. As it says here, I purchased it yesterday. Microverse from Jason Booth, $70. And because Jason is Publisher of the Week, all his assets are half price. So if you did just want to buy it, I mean, support the devs by all means, but if you've got a free code from Unity to get it for free, I would suggest not paying $35. So if you do a lot of terrain work, real-time, non-destructive environment editor. Oh, 97 days. We're getting there, Bear. It's counting down. Not long now until the jolly ho-ho-hos. All right, so, yeah, the good thing is Microverse, this main package, was offered for free. And then Roland, if you don't know Roland, he's quite active on the asset store. He has a bunch of assets. He made one of his $35 assets for free too. And if you want to know which asset that was, teaser, join my Discord because I posted about it in the lounge. It said, Roland made this $35 asset free. So it's actually a companion, if you will. It interacts with this microverse. So I would suggest hopping on over to the store via the link at the top of chat, grabbing this, and then hopping on over to my Discord server and checking in the lounge, and you will see another $35 asset you can get for free. Yeah, there you go. You can thank me later. Sleeps till scares. Oh, I missed that one. How many sleeps was it? Anybody see how many days it was until Halloween? That's a good song choice right there, Bear. It's the kind of song I would request as well. So, wait, I did. I requested it yesterday on your stream. Got the old finger wag there as well. Is that a nature trail for a game? Could I just green screen that in when I don't want to go for a real IRL stream? Yeah, and here's a still image today of Yogurt when she went on a walk in Canada. And look. Hang on a minute. I think it's very slow. It is actually a video. It's not a still image. It's a video. And if you watch long enough, you'll actually see Yogurt turn around and go, wait, there's people coming. Let me get out of the way. If you wait long enough, you stare at this picture. It's like those 3D stereoscopic images where you have to kind of half blur your eyes, stare at what looks like a Perlin noise image or a black and white dotted image on a TV. And then if you stare at it long enough, you either go partially blind or a dolphin jumps out into your face. One of those two things. Yeah. Can't believe they weren't more popular, stereoscopic images. All right, I did a generic tree controller, growing ability management today, and implemented a test bench to work on the enemy logic and behavior.
Thank you so much, Emodio, for the raid.
OMG, what is going on right now? Kept it generic so as not to
But again, I don't know if that's the best way to do this. So that Dinar just has to input, we're in dirt land, so, or we're in grass. So, grass
Why is
ambient,
music doing that
grass
today?
footsteps.
So rude.
And now we're in dirt. So wouldn't
All the soundy things. How you doing, Em? Welcome on in. That is just what Merlin said. When Merlin raided in, he's like, that's a 1.5-year-old clip. The thing is, I think the clip machine that I'm currently using just grabs any clip. The one I used to use that kind of got a bit balked and we stopped using, used to pick from the last 30 days if you had one and then throw the net wider. I think the new one just goes, oh, this person has a bunch of clips. Let's just grab this one. So it could be from today. It could be from, a long time ago. So I don't have many clips. Okay, so it wasn't a big pool to draw from. Thank you for the raid. And what were you doing today? Were you doing soundy stuff? Were you doing voiceover stuff? Game dev stuff? Tell me all the things. Spill the tea. I'd like to know. And thanks again for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Bit Gamey. Some people call me Lee, and I usually work in the Unity game engine on my first Steam Store game called Rescue Ball. I don't have a Steam Store page yet, so you can't wishlist it, but during my follower celebration, 1,000 follower celebration stream week, starting October the 6th, we will be buying a Steam page. And yeah, I'm a little bit scared because it's going to mean spending $100 to buy the page. And then, after that, you're kind of committed, right? You've got to finish the game. Then you got to romp to the finish line. We're doing pretty well with the game. It's I'm going to say 80% done, but I know the last 20% can take most of the time. So it's a work in progress. But the work in progress for the next couple of weeks is for the Journ Jam. Yes, I'm working on a as yet untitled game since it only started a few days ago. For the Man vs. Nature theme in the Irish John Games Jam. So yeah, that's what we're about to move on to next. Working on a rhythm game with Tapir. Oh, figuring out music. I think I first saw, I don't really know how you pronounce it. Tapir? I think that's an animal, isn't it? And I first saw that person in Lana Lux's stream, I believe. I think that was where I first saw them. Yeah, I wish I could join the jam, didn't have time. That's the problem, you see. I would love to do jams all the time. I mean, Ocular Malice said he does jams like once a month, and I really wish I had that kind of time, because what I love about jams is I get more ideas than you can shake a stick at. And the problem is I don't have the time to implement them or test them out. So that was partly why we had Sandbox Saturday added to my schedule, so I can do a few hours on a Saturday morning and just play around with stuff. Yeah, I did the Cinti Studios jam earlier this year, and then I did the Holistic 3D jam just before the Journ jam, which I hosted as well as participated in. And now we've got the Journ jam, and then somebody was suggesting another jam to me the other day, and I'm like, I really don't have the bandwidth for this. As much as I love jams, I don't do jams any longer than like 10 days, 2 weeks now, because my IRL doesn't allow the bandwidth for that. But, you know, we've got to support the friendos, and obviously besto friendo of the channel is Irish John Games. So we'll just do a quick shout out so you can see the Irish heartthrob, and this is the jam. Well, this is the channel for the jam that I'm doing.
What I'd say to you is, if you want to get into game dev, all right, spend an hour or two here and there in the evenings. All right, just.
Okay, and thanks again for the raid. Really appreciate it. Thanks for bringing your peeps over to my little area of the Twitchosphere.
To Godot to fucking Game Maker, and
we need to change this. So cosplay next week.
The only difference is the person using it and the game that you have.
I am following Em. You should obviously drop Em a follow. It's not very often I manage to get to Em streams for reasons. Usually I'm not at my desk when Em goes live, but I quite often lurk just in the background, see what's going on. Yeah, so pick a set of features or small portion of your main game project and concentrate on that as a jam. I mean, you could, Dark Muppeteer, welcome in. I mean, for me personally, I like to, and this has so far been without exception, learn something new from every jam that I do. So I try to go outside my comfort zone. So rather than take a part of my main project and say, let's focus more on this in the jam, I like to say, let's do something completely different. And also, obviously, you're tied to the jam theme. So man versus nature might not necessarily correlate to anything that I'm working on in the main project. So what I did this time was I said, well, I've never done like a match 3 type game, but I didn't just want a match 3 game. So I took elements of Tetris as far as the falling blocks. I took elements of Candy Crush for the match 3. And yeah, what I'm trying to do is kind of get some different game ideas together, game themes, game mechanics, and mash them up, and then tie it in with man versus nature. So yeah, I'll be able to show you momentarily where I am with that. Okay, oh, so there was a mention earlier from Yogurt Garrel. We've got first on stream today. She beat the mighty Science Streams. So, Ambassador's favourite, Twitch's favourite ambassador even.
Kel's all kinds of chew goodness.
There he is.
Kel's Bells is on my side. Kel's like, I'm ready. Kel's like, I'm ready to call some chew over there. Guys, let me catch up on all that hype. And then, are y'all ready for some science? Phantom Breeze! Let's go!
Let's go, Berlin. Come on, you got this.
That is how we do it. We got a hype train for Brenda. And guys, thank y'all for kicking off a hype train here as well.
Hype train.
That's how we do it.
That's how we do it. Berlin does the hype trains. All things sciencey. Get yourselves over there. Drop him a follow, and you won't be disappointed. And if you are disappointed, come and tell me, and we can have a very in-depth discussion about why you're disappointed, because I have been a subscriber to that besto friend of mine for years, and I've never seen any reason to be disappointed. Yeah, other than, you know, he doesn't stream 7 days a week now, he does 6. So I have to go cold turkey on a Saturday and find something else to do, which sometimes I even go outside. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. Sometimes I actually touch grass. Yeah. So anyway, to everybody that just came in from the last couple of raids, if you think you might enjoy watching Unity game dev and silly shenanigans, and you know, you can do things with the redemptions like blow me off the screen, squash me, throw me in the trash can. You know, all kinds of stuff. If you just had enough of what you're hearing, then do drop me a follow, because like I said, on October the 6th I have my 1,000 follower celebration stream, and let's see if we can make it even shorter time period for my 2,000 celebration. How about that? So if you did want to drop me a follow, I'm not going to be offended. You were like hovering over that heart button. You're like, should I drop him a follow? And I'm like, yeah.
Thanks for the follow.
Maybe, And we do have anonymous follows on, but if you're already chatting in chat, then I'm going to say thank you, Dark Muppeteer, for that. I appreciate the follow. And hopefully I don't disappoint you, because, I try and keep the energy going. We try not to have anything sad, if at all possible. We try, while we're sympathetic to people's causes, we try not to have any trauma dumping as such. So, yeah, usually try and keep the hype up so that everybody enjoys their stay. Now, I've been thinking about Halloween redemptions. You see these dancing robots here because it's, a steampunk style overlay. I'm thinking maybe we could take those robots, those mechs, and maybe have skeletons. Have some skeletons dancing for the spoopy month. What do we think about that? But yeah, nobody liked the redemption I had last year. Was it last year? Year before? Where I had Kevin from Home Alone tweaking the dial and giving me an electric shock in the electric chair. That was a bit horrifying for some people. I thought it was a bit of fun, but you can't please all the people all the time. Dukasoft, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Great to see you as always. Dukasoft, if you don't know, it's okay if you don't know, because he's a bit of a tease. We even have a command here, a tease command, because that's what Dukasoft is. However, he has assured us that at some point before Santa Claus returns this year, we might see another Dukasoft drone stream. Yeah, watch this. You ready? Look at that. Glorious. Get some fantastic footage. Have some fantastic music as the background. Dukasoft? Dukasoft! That's who. His avatar as well in the top corner. He has a lovely drone for that as well. Gorgeous! I'm telling you, it's gorgeous. It is blimmin' gorgeous. Alright, so grab yourself this microverse for free using the pin message at the top of chat. And yeah, if you want another $35 asset for free, if you go to the lounge on my Discord server, then yeah, you can get another one, as well as a whole bunch of other assets for free. They're just free. Just developers make them free, but don't tell anybody. And Unity, even though they're on the asset store, Unity doesn't tell anybody either. But, I will take on that role of letting people know when these assets go free. Okay? I'm just going to put that out there. All right? Okay, so now, let's close out this window. Here's the Tetris screenshots that I was looking at to think about how we might lay out the screen for the game. So obviously for Tetris we have lines. In my jam game we're not going to complete lines. The only link really to Tetris is the fact there's going to be falling blocks. All right. Score, we could have a score. Level, I don't think we're really going to have level. I think what I'll do is, because it's going to be random every time anyway, which blocks fall down, I think probably we're just going to have the one level, but then have it speed up over time and get faster and faster. Because the idea is the blocks fall, okay, and they're different blocks, and you're trying to get a match 3, and you are also a block. You play as a block, as the player, and you are falling down at a different rate, a different speed to the NPC blocks, and you can move left and right when we get it working and push the blocks into a different column. So, yeah. If you've got a block falling down here, and you've got 2 blocks here, and you want to do the match 3, you push it across to where it needs to go, and so it can drop in the right place. It'll all become clearer when you see how it's going on. And then also Candy Crush, I was looking out for not just UI, not just the screen layout, but also how many slots they had on screen at the same time, how many objects. Nudgetris. Yeah, you see, what I was trying to do, and it's as yet untitled, is I want something that incorporates blocks, I want something that incorporates butterflies, and something, you know, I do like my punny names. See, if anybody's going to have Tetris emotes, it's going to be Yogurt because she's a Tetris queen. First person Tetris. Well, here's the thing, Skim. I don't know if you were here when I was discussing the early ideas or last week when we were doing the pre-jamming. We actually had a first person view on the right hand side and then the 2D normal view on the left hand side. And that was the idea I had in my head, but I don't know, it just didn't look as good as I thought it would. So, better than Nudetris. I've not played that, Harrier Cat, but you know, you just keep to your niche games if you want. I don't really want to see your Steam purchase list, but anyway, moving on. I love Tetris and Candy Crush, so I bet I'm going to love yours too. Do you want to see it, Yogurt? Are you ready to see where we're at so far? Because even if you were in the last stream, I did some work on it yesterday. Okay, and let's see where we're at so far. Show Unity. Okay, so this is what we have so far. And just remember, okay, the jam has been running for what? 3 days? 4 days? So I think we're making pretty good progress. We've still got 11 days left, and the game is almost fully formed. So this is the play space so far. So it goes, I had the wood go all the way up to the top of the screen so that, you know, it's like Tetris where it just falls in rather than Candy Crush where you have a play space in the middle of the screen and yeah, things don't drop in from outside the play space. It's heavily influenced or heavily revolves around butterflies. So not burbs on this occasion, Yogurt, although you know I do try to squeeze burbs into any project I can just for you. This one is butterflies. So it is flying things, but on this occasion it is flutterbys. All right, so what we have so far, there's no audio, there's no music, there's no sound effects. We haven't got to that point yet. This is a work in progress. This is hey, this project started from scratch a few days ago, okay? But I'm quite pleased in that I've actually got the match 3 mechanic working now. And so what I did since last time, since you last saw it, it now detects when 3 or more blocks match any direction except diagonally. So you can have 3 horizontally, you can have 3 vertically, you could have them in an L shape. As long as there's 3 blocks, at least 3, touching with their sides, then they should get taken out of the play space. And we can actually detect how many have been taken out, so we can do things like combos and yeah. There's lots of fun polish to add to it yet. I added a particle system when they disappear, so because they're ice blocks or glass, I haven't decided which yet, we've got an explosion of particle systems when they do explode. And then the plan is, well, let me show you where I'm at so far and I can tell you what the plan is. Okay, so if we hit play, and I think this is the first time I've hit play today, so Unity is always a bit slower on the first play of the day. Actually, I have it focused. Let me change it to maximized so you can see it bigger. Bigger is better in this case. Let me stop it real quick and change it from focus to maximized and play. Here we go. So at the moment, I just have 2 butterflies. We just have the blue one and we have the orange one, and then they fall down the screen. And I actually bought an asset, for those that missed me talking about this on the last stream, I bought an asset that has 73 different butterflies in. So yeah. So we can watch this one coming down now. It's going to make 4, and all being well, we'll see. Choing! There we go. A little particle system that makes it look like they explode. So let's see see if we can get another 3. Possibly. Maybe. 3. Boom! There we go. They've been all blues so far. If we're going to get a threesome for the orange ones. What it also does, I put something in so that it can detect. Oh, look at all those chickens. Thanks for those blow biddies, Bear. All right, so there we go. There was a 4, a blue with 4. Still waiting on an orange. So at the moment, because because I'm just using 2 different types of butterfly, it does. There you go. We're gonna get a 3 with the orange now. Joing. Because it is just using. Oh, interesting. Look. Oh no, I thought it was going to break there, and it didn't. It just took a moment. Because we're just using 2, I'm using 2 types of butterfly for now, just so it forms the match 3s easier. Because if I had like 5, 10, multiple versions of butterflies, then it's going to take longer for the 3 to get matched. So this is just a test to see that it's doing what it should do. Yeah, so the plan is you're going to have a player cube, which is going to be completely white. It's going to have a human face on it, and then it's going to have an arrow pointing left and an arrow pointing right, just so you know that you can move left and right with it. And then the idea is, as the blocks come past you, you can shove them into another column. That's the idea. So we go back and block player. If we turn the player block on, if we zoom out here, we can actually see behind the curtain what's going on. But there's the player. So if I hit play, actually, you're not going to see behind the curtain if it's still maximized, are you? Okay, so we'll change it back to focused and hit play again. And so you've got this player block here that you're going to be able to move. At the moment, you can't push blocks, but if, for example, you wanted this orange one that's coming past now to be in column 7 instead of 6, you just press right again when you're next to it, and you'd shove it across. Yeah. And then we need to decide what happens when the player gets to the bottom of the screen, because, yeah, at the moment they just kind of sit there. So, interestingly, that 3, well, there you go. I'm going to have to check why it takes so long sometimes for the blocks to explode, because that needs to be more instantaneous. But, do you know what? I'm happy that it's working at the moment. So, there we go. Reloading domain. Nice. Thanks, Yogurt. Game is looking great. I'm pleased with the progress, Bear. I mean, given that it started Monday? Started Monday night, didn't it? So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So this is day 4, really. We've still got 11 days left. So, yeah, we've got time for play testing. We've got time for tweaking. We've got to add some scores. Lloyd, how are you? Welcome on in. We've got to add scores. We've got to make it speed up. We've got to add the push mechanic so we can, as the player cube, we can push the blocks into the other columns. We need to find a face that we can use. Should we have Jern's face? Would that be a bit too much on point? Anyway, we need a face that we can create a sprite from to slap on the side of the block. And then we've got to put some arrows on there as well, which I'm sure I have some arrows somewhere. Nerdwino is in the house. How you doing, Nerdwino? Welcome on in. Great stream yesterday. If you didn't know, Nerdwino is not only one of the most interesting, I wouldn't say one of the most interesting really, should I? But I have to say that, because my lawyers tell me. I can't say the most interesting space streamer on Twitch, even if it's true, because, I haven't seen every other streamer, but it's hard to believe that anybody can deliver space content as well as a former NASA scientist that is in the shape of Nerdwino, who had his 3,000 follower celebration stream yesterday.
Durham, North Carolina, to get some server appliances in good health. Are these so when you say server appliances, is this like washing machines and dryers and things that the appliances use to do their laundry and stuff? Or Okay, okay, it's a bad dad joke to start the stream.
There's no such thing as a bad dad joke. I think if there was such a thing as a bad dad joke,
it's always a bad. I mean, there's no such thing as a good dad joke, but
I think a bad dad joke would be a dad joke that's funny, okay? Because by definition, dad jokes are not really supposed to be funny. So it's so bad it's good. Thank you for your review of my stream today, Nerduino. Always good to see you. And I appreciate any
Why did the
constructive
kid cross
feedback.
the playground? To get to the other slide.
To get to the other slide. Thank you, Bear. Appreciate that. So how are you doing, Nerd? Are you fully recovered after your celebration stream where you gave away some patches, that special custom-made patches, limited edition patches? Turn on with the music. Limited edition patches with 3K on, no less, and the Nerduino logo. So yeah, you could have won one of those if you joined the stream last night. But if you weren't following Nerduino, you weren't to know, were you? So, just drop him a follow now. You'll be good to go. Durham NC, my hometown. Tatum. No doxing. We're not playing that game. Even if you don't live in your hometown anymore. People could come and still track you down and go past you in speedboats while you're fishing and stuff, try and disrupt you. Icy April Dawn. How the devil are you? Are you having a good Friday? Someone opened a telescope to let dust in, I suppose. How are you, Icy? Are you having a good Friday? I hope everybody's having a great Friday. I hope that you're either not working like Tatum or, you finish early or you're not even working today. And that's going to make it a fantastic one. All right? Icy April Dawn coming in hot with the Casey Snow Art Vaquita emotes. I actually have borrowed. Casey said anybody can get those emotes, right? So I got one and I added it to my emote collection. So if you wanted to play the drop game and you didn't have access to Casey's emotes, there you go. There's a little Vaquita. And you're like, what's a Vaquita? Well, a Vaquita is an endangered aminal that Casey Snow Art is, I won't say single-handedly, but she's raising awareness to their plight, and to the point where her motivation behind her recent partner push, and yes, she did get partner and she does have the purple badge, and yes, we all applauded. So let me do a shout out for Casey too. And obviously Casey's name has snow in it, so it's going to trigger the snow keyword audio clip.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Told you. But yeah, she wanted to get front page. She wanted to get front page and raise awareness of the Vaquita's plight. And she's also going to TwitchCon. I believe she's on at least one panel
Wow, see you, Ray.
at TwitchCon.
Thank you so much.
She had applied for Artist Alley, didn't manage to get that, but also it's probably a blessing because now she's on panels. So she still gets a free pass to get into TwitchCon, which is nice. That saves a couple $100. And yeah, gets to be on a panel. So I'm hoping that all the panels, they don't usually do all the panels, but I'm hoping that all the panels that have friendos of the channel on are actually streamed so that, poor people like me can just tune in and watch them instead of actually having to be at TwitchCon. But also, Yoga Garrel, also going to be at TwitchCon, which I'm also sad about. I'm not sad that Yoga's going to be there. I'm sad that I won't be there to meet Yoga. But yeah, lots of people I know head into TwitchCon this year. Just had a vertical ad for a Barbie doll right next to your... I hope you screenshotted it, Yoga, because somebody in particular, a mutual friend of ours, will get a real big kick out of that. So for those people that don't know, I have a strong dislike. I'm not going to say hatred because I don't even think that movie deserves that, but I have a strong dislike for the Barbie movie. And Berlin of Science Streams and others who shall remain nameless seem to love leaning into the fact that I disliked it so much that they would say that I loved it and it was my favourite movie. So I thought, you know what, if you can't beat them, join them. And I leaned into it and I created a couple of emotes. So there's the bit in Barbie style of my name. And then Yeah, because we like to take when someone does a gigantifying emote and put them all on the screen. Also, we have the gamey side of it. So we have Barbie on the bit, and we have Ken on the gamey. There we are. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, welcome in, everybody. Good to see you. My coffee's gone cold. I'm going to need to get a hot one in a minute because I feel like it's a coffee kind of day, especially when you get a box just pop up that says Windows Update. Restart to install the latest Windows updates.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
That never goes badly, right? When you do a Windows update, you always get your PC back in one piece, and it's a lot more efficient, and everything works great, and there's no problems with Windows updates ever in the history of ever. Microwave. Yeah, where's Clayman? Clayman loves it when anybody microwaves coffee. So let's give him a shout out. I know what's coming. Wait for it.
Waves.
Get ready. There it is. Rage quit.
All right. Thank you all so much for hanging out. That's gonna be it for me today. Let's go and raid our friend.
And he did actually raid out, which I thought was hilarious. Because he wasn't actually mad about that. He found it quite funny, but he thought he would try and seem like he was angry and use that as his time to raid out. That's hilarious. Nice. I'm lurking when I can, but didn't see that yet. Yeah, so the Ken one doesn't get seen very often because I think that's another tier up in the emote world. Thank you, Dukasoft. Yeah, so usually it's the bit one that gets seen because that's... I'm not sure if that's a tier 1 or if that's a follower. But yeah, I think the gamey one is tier 2 because Balint was like, don't you make me upgrade my subscription just so that I can spell bit gamey in Barbie style. And I'm like, that's exactly why I did it, Balint, because I knew that you would do that. And I knew that, you know, since you've been a subscriber since I started streaming, I appreciate your support. But, you know, I'm going to put it at tier 2, so it's just out of reach. So even on your tippy toes, you can't quite get to that emote. So it's a little tease that me and him have ongoing. Yeah. So I'm just going to say, did we do a shout out for you today, Bear? I don't think we did. He's very rude of me because, you know, I like to shout out anybody in the stream that we can show the love for. Uh-oh. Don't drag me into the trash can. Who would have dogs? Who would have dogs? You know, we have... Do it again.
What's
I
ET
didn't mean
short
it. I was
for?
just...
He's only got little legs.
I've actually heard that joke before, Skim, and I think it's very clever and very funny. What are we doing? What are we doing? Thank you. Thank you, Dukasoft, for barking. Did you actually do that twice, or did that just go off twice? I'm not sure. You said do it again. Oh, Dukasoft, you are funnier than the dad joke redeem. Thank you, I appreciate that. Anyway, we're gonna have a quick shout out for Ice Bear because I don't think that we've shouted Bear out today, and Bear has a great stream where there's lots of Kirby's, there's lots of busting moves, and lots of jumping around. So let's see if we can get a game dev clip. Sometimes it's Bear playing games, but mostly lately he does game dev, which I prefer. So here we go. Then when we watch this, I'm going to reheat my coffee. Not reheat. I'm going to make a new coffee. Clayman, I didn't say reheat. There is some left in my cup, but not enough to warm up. No, reheat and eating. It's a game dev clip. That makes me happy. Look at the dinos. I don't remember dinos. I remember dragons and I remember zombies. I don't remember dinos. Yeah, so so cute. Yeah, cute dinos, cute emotes, uses streamer bot, so you know what's not to like. Zombie dinos. I mean, I can neither confirm nor deny. Maybe the dinos turned into dragons that then turned into zombies. Maybe it's the ultimate mashup. All right, so here's the plan of action. I am going to grab a coffee, especially since ads are running currently. I'll be back in about 2 minutes and 12 seconds, and then we'll take a look at adding some sound. Maybe a breaking sound when the blocks look like they're breaking, and then possibly we'll look at the nudge mechanic to try and push blocks into different columns. And yeah, so more jamming after some coffee brewing. So I'll be right back.
Ah, this is such a classic late 1900s rock pop.
lovely song to come back to. And I can only hazard a guess at who requested it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Dukasoft. I mean, you get like Bear come and do a Fleetwood Mac track, and you're like, oh, I'm so glad that I have subscribers where they can do song requests, and then like, then we get this. So, yeah. As Pirate Tatum says, a classic late 1900s rock pop. There's a fly here somewhere that's very annoying. All right, so I have a brand new hot steaming cup of coffee, and no microwave was involved in the creation of this beverage. So there it is. Tea time. Yeah, I've been drinking more tea lately. Like I have my tea, I have my coffee, no sugar, no milk, just as is. But also fruit teas. Ninja Gloppy a while ago bought a box of fruit tea from my Throne page. Throne. And yeah, I've been working my way through that. Can't beat a nice hot cup of tea, right? Darwin is horrified by that chain from dinos to zombie dragons. Yeah, I'm not sure that's quite the evolution he was including in his theory when he came up with it, right? I'm assuming you mean Charles Darwin and not Nerduino's dog, who is also called Darwin. So it was a little unclear there, but I'm going to go with Charles. I assume that's who you were referring to. Okay. Darwin is shaking his head. Darwin's like, why are people talking about me in chat? I didn't come up with any evolutionary theories. What's going on right now? He might be horrified as well. I mean, he might be. I don't know. I mean, he hasn't texted me. He never calls these days. It's a shocking relationship we have. But anyway, at least I'm getting him some publicity. And if you want to see any of Nerduino's zoo, any of the animals that he has, you don't even have to buy a ticket to go around his zoo. You can just watch his stream, and you might see him show up.
We have science to do.
Do we? What science do we have? Unless you mean computer science. Yes. Thank you, GLaDOS. All right, so this game. So I just created a basic movement script so we can move the player left and right, the player block. Yeah, what we need really is we need some audio. Let me see. Let me try and do a little laundry list for today. All right, so we need audio for block breaking. Job number 1. And then job number 2 can be nudge blocks. Nudge block mechanic. Say that. Because it's not just a case of, oh, well, the player's next to a block. The player's moved into a column where there's already a block, and so we're going to move both of them across. Because you have to do things like, if it's a block that's in the first column, you can't push it. If it's a block that's in the last column, you can't push it. If you're pushing a block across to a different column, and then there's a block the other side of it, how do we handle that? Do we push both blocks at the same time? Do we just say you can only push single blocks? I feel like we're going to need to have a lot of conditions on this. So, okay, the players move to the left. Are they in the first column? Yes. Okay, so they can't move. All right, fair enough. Escaminia! How you doing? Happy Friday to you. Good to see you. So, things to consider are, if player moves left, but in column 1, no movement. I'm not sure if we can actually, did I build that in already or not? I'm not sure if I put any constraints on the player And they move. Let's have a look. I think I did. I think you can't actually move outside of the... Yeah, you can't move outside the play space currently. I also want it so that if a block comes down on you, then it's the end of the game. Yeah, so you can't go left either. Okay. Choing! All right, we'll just see one more explode, and then we'll see if we can find a suitable sound for breaking glass or ice or something. Choing! It's working! The match 3 mechanic is working. I'm very happy about that. I did struggle with that yesterday. I was like back and forth. It worked a bit and then it didn't, and then it wasn't detecting the grid positions correctly, and it was a whole thing. You really wouldn't have wanted to see me struggling with it on stream. Yeah, I'm glad it's finally working. So it's any 3 blocks touching, like I said earlier. It's not just 3 on the horizontal or 3 on the vertical. If 3 spell out the letter L, capital L, or a lowercase r, as long as there's any 3 in a row, then they do explode. But I feel like I'm disabling it too soon. If you watch the particle system, it's supposed to go boom, and then the particles are supposed to like drop down, but I think we're destroying it too early. I don't think the particle system has full time to play. They just kind of go into the air and then joink, and then they disappear. Let's increase that first. Hang on. Do we have Visual Studio open somewhere? Possibly. Show code. All right, so we don't actually, we can comment that out. We don't need to debug that for now. All of that in there. So yeah, we can actually tell how many. So we've got this cluster.count. That'll tell us how many blocks did actually explode. Now what I'm thinking of, and it's probably going to come under the polish later on, is at the moment I have one particle system that explodes, and it's just pretty much the color of the block. I thought what might be a nice touch is if we have another particle system as well that also explodes, but it has less particles in, so it's a smaller one, and it just is the color of the butterfly. So if it's an orange butterfly block, you've got the particle exploding of the block, but then also maybe the decal on the front, it shows that. I don't know. But anyway, the plan is, the long-term plan is that once the block explodes, there's then going to be a 3D version of the sprite on the front of the block that appears, and it flies away. So by matching 3, you're releasing butterflies from the blocks. That's the plan. So yeah, like we have here, play breaking sound, which we're going to do now, and then spawn 3D version of the butterfly that's on the block, and then animate the butterfly and move it off screen. Random paths, because I'm thinking the butterfly will already be animated, so it's doing this, right? I don't just want it to go like that and just move off the side of the screen, because that's a bit boring. So I was yesterday looking up on YouTube the science of butterfly flight paths. Don't you know? I'm doing all right, thank you, Escamino. Yeah, we're trying to make some progress on this Jern Jam game. Border Collie shows at least as smart as his namesake. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I pretty much came to the conclusion that there is no path. It's not like when you do flocking in video games for birds and there are certain rules you can put in. I think anything goes for a butterfly. So what I'm thinking is maybe have waypoints on the screen, like random points that the butterfly can go to, and then just kind of pick 3 at random. And so he goes flutter, 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 flutter to point 1, flutter, 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 point 2, flutter, 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 point 3, and then flutter, flutter, flutter off the screen. And that way, with the points being random, they won't always fly in the same direction, they won't always look the same. And when you do a match 3, there's going to be 3 blocks that you destroy. So there's going to be 3 butterflies instantiated, and so they'll fly off in 3 different directions, which will be nice. I think it'll look quite glorious, I'm not going to lie. Yeah. So we'll see. So, first step, or next step, is play breaking sound. What I like to do in my code is I like to add these comments, and then that tells me, you know, in my head I can get it straight, what I need to do next, rather than just trying to figure it out along the way. So, play breaking sound. All right, so we already have, no, we don't already have. Let me do that real quick. Create empty, show Unity. Need an audio manager. And where's BG scripts? All right, so we need to drag the audio manager onto it. Okay, and then that gives us a list here, or an array of sounds that we can put in. So we're going to say we want one sound just for now, and it's called element 0. We're going to actually give it a name, and it's going to be block breaking. It's going to be the name of the sound. So now we need an audio clip. The volume will need to be 1. The pitch will need to be 1. We're not going to loop it because we just want a block breaking sound when we play it. And we're not going to play it on awake because we don't want it to just trigger as soon as the game starts. We want to be able to activate it in code when we need it. So I did look through some of my assets yesterday. I'm not sure I've got any that I can easily find. How did we... Are we not seeing fishing in chat? How did we just get somebody doing fishing? Oh, unless it was my automated bot fishing thing, possibly. Anyway, I did look through my assets yesterday. Let's have another quick look. Get the browser up. Show browser. Okay, so we go to my assets. Quit looking at my assets or something. And then in the list, we're going to need to drill down to, because as well as having audio for sound effects, we also need possibly music, at least for the title screen, if not for in-game. But game's going to be very quiet if we don't have either music, or I was looking at some ambience yesterday, some like nature ambience, and then I thought maybe that might be quite relaxing, just having like outdoor ambience in the background where you've got like crickets and other insects and bugs. So not some music track. I mean, have a music track on the title screen maybe, but in game I thought ambience might be nice. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to drill down to audio in my assets. And we do have some ambient things, but at the moment we're looking for sound effects. Probably Foley. If we're looking for a sound of shattering or something breaking, it doesn't come under animals or creatures or transportation or voices or weapons. So let's go with Foley and see what we have. We have essential footsteps. Footsteps, of course, we saw in the clip earlier from M Audio, EMAUDIO, who raided in. So, yeah, if you like sound stuff and the science of sounds for your games, then drop M a follow. All right, we have latches, mechanical latches. It's not going to be under that. Cassette noises, footsteps, water, no. Smacks and scuffles. None of these really sound like a block break-in, do they? I mean, it might be good sounds for Ice Bear Bear zombie game. Not so much for breaking. It does, which is exactly what it should be. But I was just seeing if there was anything in the pack that might sound like something like a bone breaking or something that might be sound of a breaking block. Yeah, I think these are just going to be punches, really, aren't they? All right, so not that. 5 body hits, food and drink, door, cabinets and lockers, flowing water, footstep and Foley sounds. No, I don't think so. Real footsteps, party pack. What's in the party pack? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bit Gamey. Happy birthday to you. There are some comical sounds in there, however, not really a good fit for this game. And in fact, that brings us to the end of my assets. Oh, actually, thinking about it, I have an asset for breaking glass. I wonder if it has any audio with that. I don't remember. So let's close out the Foley. Let's just search for glass, possibly. I only used it in one project, but I do remember it was a breaking glass noise. I just don't remember if it came with it or if I had to source it. So let's get the music back on for now. Yeah, it's a bit sad when you sing happy birthday to yourself, which makes it even more sad when it's not actually your birthday. Yeah, no, sorry, Icy. No, my birthday is in March, so yeah, it probably couldn't be further away from my birthday in whichever direction you go at the moment. Okay. But next week it is in fact Mrs. Gamey's birthday. Yeah. And on the last stream, if you were here, you would have seen the gifts that I purchased. HD glass pack. So generally, if it's just a glass pack with shaders, it's not going to come with any audio glass breaking. Blah, blah, blah. It's actually called like breaking glass or something. I can't believe it got deprecated and is not even shown in my list. Wallabat, how are you doing? Actually, it's coming on very well. Better than I thought it would be by this point. Let me show you real quick where we're at the moment. We're just looking for a glass breaking sound because we're at that point where we have blocks breaking and I have no audio at the moment. So I just figured that'd be nice. But show Unity. All right, so we'll change it to maximized. Looking for sounds is a good sign. Yeah, I mean, I know I could probably Foley them like you do, but I'm not sure I want to break anything just for that. So we have the player here as the white cube at the moment. We have the falling cubes with the... So it's falling like in Tetris, but the mechanic when it hits the bottom is going to be like a match 3 game or Candy Crush. And so what we should be able to see, hopefully, if we do get 3 matching on the left, bottom left corner, 3 orange, choing, there we go. Joing. So when we get 3 horizontal, 3 vertical, or in fact 3 in an L or an R shape, then yeah, we should. So here we go. We're going for a 4 now on the blues, and choing, choing. So we get combos as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to figure in combos. I'll have to look at the code, but yeah, that's where we're at so far. So Belint, how are you doing? Welcome in. I hope things went okay this morning. And Yoga, thank you, Wallaber. Yoga took great delight in being first, and she knew you were going to be occupied when I started streaming today, and just pretty much sniped you. Yeah, story circle was okay. All right, excellent. So nobody had to beat up today. That's good to know. I was the real first. I mean, yeah, do you know how many different things I've tried? After every stream, when you claim first and I'm not streaming, and it still says you were first. I've been trying to disable that after every stream when I see it happen, but I haven't been very successful yet. But I'm working on it. I'm going to get there eventually. Eventually, you'll type first in when I'm not streaming, and it'll say something like, "I don't know why you're trying to get first. It's big game is not even live," or something like that. So we'll have to see. All right. So for those that weren't here earlier, like Berlin, I've got the match 3 mechanic working now. It does match 3 or more blocks. I can tell how many blocks got matched, and because the blocks have gravity already, Unity handles the falling down when I destroy the ones that match. So it's working all right. We're just currently looking for a breaking sound. I already have the particle system, or one of them, in place when the blocks do explode, when there's a match 3. But now we need a sound just to make something a bit more audible, some might say. Yeah, we've got a bunch of party people in this morning. But then we've got Tatum, we've got Nerduino, we've got Bear, we've got Yoga Garrel, and we also had a couple of raids. So we've got hopefully some new friendos that stuck around. Yeah. So yeah, it's going pretty well. Hour and a half in, and I've had a couple of raids and a lot of friendos around me. So yeah, and then most recently, right before you showed up, Wallaber showed up, which is always nice. How's your game going, Wallaber? Because didn't you say Sunday that the jam finishes? You've got to have it done by? Those lyrics are still off. I need to work on the timing for those. Yes, Tatum. Don't encourage Berlin, please. I think there's nobody happier that the subscriber song request command is back than Bear and Berlin. Yeah. Yeah, it's going along nice, working on menus, audio, feedback stuff for the remaining days. Nice. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for, is that if we can get the mechanic and the screen layout nailed basically in the first few days, then I can spend the rest of the time on testing, on tweaking, on polish. Yeah, and just getting everything rounded off nicely. We'll see how it goes. Because what I'm thinking is also introducing some like pinball elements so that you can have combos. You know, there might be options where, you know, rather than just coming down the screen and just nudging the blocks, maybe you can get power-ups when you get to a certain score, or if you get a certain combo of so many blocks in a row, then it gives you bombs, and then maybe you can, like, when you're coming down the screen next time, you can drop a bomb, and then it hits, and it, like, has a short range of maybe 4 blocks square or something. It blows those blocks away. Around. Yeah. No. But also, you don't want the blocks to get to the top of the screen like in Tetris, because that's game over as well. And it reached way down. Oh no, we don't. I'm going to talk all over this clip. We don't want to hear me talking about my toilet issues. A whole bunch of whatever it had and threw that up in the air, because that's a little bit more colourful than clear water. So, yeah. That was what we could smell from the living room. It was more than a drop, Berlin, let me tell you. Yeah. How you doing, Badaki? Happy Friday. Welcome on in. I'm sorry you had to come in and see the Android calendar. Let me fix that for you real quick. There we go. Okay, I will not apologise for enjoying music, nor should you, Tatum. No. He doesn't want us to let our lights shine. That's exactly what I want. I want everybody's light to shine as brightly as possible. I haven't had a combo since my old UI days. How is your game coming along, Badaki? Oh, we have a body command to show all the good stuffs. Incredibly sleepy. Does that mean you need lots of... as Clayman prefers, microwaved coffee? Is that where this is headed? You need to top up your Java, or do you just need some naps? I was up and awake 7 hours last night and only slept 5 hours. That's not good. Yeah, I mean, Berlin would be like, you got a whole 5 hours? But yeah, I like to get more than 5. Usually I get 5, and it seems to be a pattern now on Friday nights. Because it's not a work day the next day for Mrs. Gamey, we tend to stay up later, and then I'm like, you know, we should probably go to bed because it's like 1:30 a.m. and I'm supposed to be streaming at 7:30. so yeah, I think 5 hours is probably my norm for Friday nights now. I got 3 hours and then 2 hours after the 7 hours. Oh, I can't be mathing today. But I sounds like at a high level you didn't get enough sleep. So please try and fix that because we need an awake Bardaki to do your fantastic streams. All right. Oh, we didn't give a shout out for the legend that is Wallaber. I like to shout out people when they come in if they stream. Tatum, did we give you a shout yet?
It's like a jigsaw puzzle. You could solve a jigsaw puzzle by picking up one piece and then systematically picking up every other piece in the jigsaw puzzle to look for a match, and then repeat that process and solve the jigsaw puzzle. But just because you can solve it that way doesn't take away from the fact that finding more clever and efficient solutions is enjoyable and fun. Hey, that was actually a pretty good metaphor, right?
It was. Yeah. Jigsaw metaphor. I like that. Yes, I believe Berlin did one. It was Berlin, was it, that did one? Yeah. I didn't like to ask. I thought it was the dogs behind me, but it was Berlin. There you go. Even with get the jelly car emotes. Look at that. Wallaby dance. Hayden, did we shout you out? I can't remember if I've seen you fishing and doing stuff today. I know we got the delights of you making me hungry by telling me what you had for breakfast. I don't remember if we did a shout or not. Eesh. Well, I guess rather than wait for Tatum to reply, we could just do it anyway. Thank you, Berlin. The fish! Oh, fishing and catching fish and fishing and catching VHS tapes. Fish can't drive a car. I mean, you see them quite often in tanks. See what I did there, buddy? Did you see that? It's got to be Barty level, right? I've got to get a +1 for that, surely. Fish can't drive a car, but you often see them in tanks. Thank you. But a tank is not a car. But does it imply that they can drive? I've actually never driven an actual tank. We would need somebody in here like Freshy to tell us about tank controls. I don't know if you drive a tank the same way you drive a car, because one of those two things I have driven, one I have definitely not. So, yeah. You know what game you get tanks in? Get them in the Unwanted War, which is Bardy's game that you saw in the Bardy verbiage earlier in chat. Fresh has done much more than just drive a tank. I wasn't implying that was the only thing that he'd achieved in his life, Bardy. I just meant it's in his laundry list of things that he has done. Well, modern tanks tend to have steering wheels. See? So they are, in fact, just like cars, but bigger versions with maybe a more destructive capability. I've seen fish drive cars on SpongeBob cartoon. See? Maybe, Bardy, if you spent more time watching the documentary that is SpongeBob SquarePants, you wouldn't be making these false claims. Alrighty. So, back to finding some sounds. Show browser. So if we can't find anything in any of the packs that I have, and I'm annoyed that I can't find this breaking glass. Maybe if we search for, it up here, breaking glass. It's just not pulling up properly in my stuffs. All 2D. No, it wasn't that one. View destructible objects package glass. Does that have audio in there, possibly? Maybe. Package includes 5 destructible objects. Okay. Any audio, any sounds in there, possibly? Maybe. Package content. Audio. Audio clips. Glass shatter. We might have a wiener. All right, I'm loading this into Unity. Shoot fly. Got 4 different sounds here for breaking glass. Wasn't breaking glass a song? I feel like it was. There it is. I love the sound of breaking glass. Appropriate. I was about to ask, SpongeBob is a cartoon? No, I think there was somebody misspoke there. It's an animated documentary, I believe is the correct term. Yes. And don't believe everything Balint says. I've leaned into what happened there, Balint, quite a lot, and I'm very tired after my wedding night. Okay, so back to the shattering. Show Unity. I mean, you can't go wrong with the Eurythmics and Annie Lennox, can you? Thank you, Bear, for that. Putting this in my ear today. All right, download. Let's do the thing. Now, we don't need to import the whole thing, do we? We just need to import the audio stuffs. This is all we need. Well, you can't see because it pops up a window and OBS hates pop-up windows. So if I uncheck everything and then I just check the glass shatter, that should be all we need. Import. Here we go. We's importing. Utility. I see what they did there. His name's U, and he put what? Utility. Utility Studios. I like that. Okay, so U-Destructible, audio clips, glass shatter. 15 levels down. We got to what we need. So let's see if any of these. Sorry, Annie. I just need to hit pause for a moment. Okay, so that was the first one. Now, we don't, it's going to be the sound of a block breaking. So we've got 4 choices here. So number 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 4 sounds more like bricks and debris, so we're going to lose 4. Goodbye, 4. You are the weakest link. All right, so now we're down to 3. So again, got 1, 2, and 3. 3 sounds like a plate glass window, like a big window, I feel. I don't think that's going to be appropriate. Let's have another listen. I don't know. Maybe we need to test it. Maybe we need to test all 3. Yeah. Naming a business is difficult, okay? Okay. My defense, I struggle to not fall asleep at the moment. I mean, yeah, Maddie hasn't had much sleep today or last night. All right, we're going to try all 3 of these. So what we're going to do is, well, for a start, we don't want them 15 layers down, so we'll drag them into the BG Audio effects folder for testing purposes. And then we can get rid of the Utility Studios folder because that was all we loaded in. And go back to the Audio Manager. Drag this up to the top. All right, so block breaking. First one we're going to try is Glass Shatter 1. And And if we show code, all right, and play breaking sound, and the sound is called block breaking. Let me just do a copy paste so that we get it correct. Block breaking. All right, so if we save that and show Unity. Doodly doo doo doo. Take what you need right now. Yes, yes. Okay. So I'm going to hit play, and then we're going to see how the audio sounds. Hopefully, it's not going to blow our ears off. Give it a test. And actually, we're not doing the player stuff for now, so let's hide the player, get in the way, and then we can change it back to maximized. We don't need it to be focused. Okay, it's on maximized, and go. Have some music until it's about to play the noise. I'm pausing it because I'm going to pause the music now. We're about to see the orange in column 3 land on the 2 orange at the bottom, forming a chain of 3, and then we should hear, sorry again Annie, we should hear the breaking sound. Yeah, buddy! Oh, and again. All right. Whoa. All the break-ins. Take all of them, add a litre of tea. Here we go. Yeah, it does sound more like bottles though, doesn't it? Okay, well that was the first one. So, okay. So what we're going to do next is we go back to block generator. Not block generator. Goodness. There's the code. In Match Manager. All right. So we're going back to the Audio Manager. Let's try again. And this time we're going to have the Glass Shatter 2. See how that sounds. Because that first one sounded a bit bottly. And, you know, while it would work, I'm a bit fussy when it comes to audio. I didn't hear it. Well, I can't hear any sound your Unity makes. Ah, okay. All right. I get it. Well, Annie, you do your thing while I fix the Unity audio playing issue. Okay, so if I go down to Unity here and blah, blah, blah. Capture cursor, multi-adaptive compatibility, capture audio beta. When enabled, creates an audio application audio capture source. Now, let's see, do I actually have anything for Unity at the moment? Advanced audio properties. Active sources only. Check that. And if we scroll all the way down to the bottom, do we have Unity? We do have Unity, and it says inactive. Okay. So let's try capture audio beta. Let's try that. Speaking of breaking glass, let me know if you can hear this now. Anybody hear that noise? Nope. Okay. All right then. Let's see how it is. That's fine then. When enabled, creates an application audio capture source that automatically updates to the currently captured window application. Note that if desktop audio is configured, this could result in doubled audio. We're not getting doubled audio. We're not getting any audio. Let me look back now. All right, there it is, that one there. Unity is not assigned to any audio tracks and it will not be audible in streams or recordings. To assign an audio source to a track, open the advanced audio properties via the right-click menu or the cog button in the Mixer dock toolbar. Not assigned to any audio tracks. All right, so properties, cancel that, and advanced audio properties. There's Unity. It shows active. It shows monitor and output, but it's not selected on any of the stuff. So maybe that's it. Okay, I think we're getting there. We want it recorded on everything. All right, so now if we close that, have it set to monitor and output. We've got it set to 100%. All right, Nick is singing about loving the sound of breaking glass. Tell me if you hear this sound, please, right now. Bardi, don't go to bed. Tell me if you hear breaking glass. Then I'll let you go to bed. Or anybody can tell me. Heard it. Thank you, Wallaby. Okay, great. All right. Thank you so much. All right, so you can go to bed now, buddy. You can go to bed now. You've told me you heard it. Okay, you have my express permission to rest your weary head and go to Sleepy's house. Okay, night, buddy. Get some good sleepies, and I'll catch you next stream soon. When is your next stream? I know you have your devcast on Sundays. Is there going to be anything before then, or because the party people need to know? Okay. Tomorrow, 2? Excellent. Well, I have my notifications enabled, so I always know when Buddy goes live. But for everybody else that might be following but not have notifications enabled, keep your eye on Twitch tomorrow, because you might be able to catch a Saturday Buddy stream and a Sunday Buddy stream. Who knows? All right. Sweet dreams, Buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. All right, so now you can hear it. Let me hit play, and again, we'll see if it's appropriate as a sound for the game. Yes, sound of broken glass. All right, so I'm going to pause the music when it looks like we're going to make a match, and then you'll get to hear the sound. All right, so we've got 2 orange. Oh, here we go. On the left, we're going to make a match 3. I'm going to pause it. I'm going to pause the music, and then we should get match 3. There we go. So that's sound number 1. Okay. So I might have a poll at the end of this, so I'll be asking questions. You might want to pay attention. There we go. I'm going to make a match on the blue on the right. I mean, stupid flies everywhere. Now I just got one on my glasses, and now I've got smush on my glasses. Okay, so that's the first one, which I think sounds a bit like a bottle. I think it would work. Yeah, possibly. All right, so that's sound number one, and I can play them again when we, if I throw a poll up, I can play them again just for reference. So that was glass shutter one. So we go back to the audio manager, and we now have. Wait, no, that was two. What in the? That was two. Okay. I know you feel like it was one, but it was two. So now we're going to put one back in and see how that sounds. I think one was the one that sounded like a bottle for me. Two is actually a possible contender. Then what we're going to do, if there's time today, is we're going to increase. Once we've got the match 3, everything, and the butterfly flying away correctly and stuff, then I'm going to focus on adding more butterflies. So the process for adding more butterflies is we need to create a new prefab. We need to put the decal of the butterfly on the front of the cube, and then we need to make sure the correct model is generated when the blocks explode of the 3D butterflies. Yeah, this is sounding more like a bottle breaking, which it probably is. That's probably how they did it. All right, here we go. We're going to get one last test of the oranges. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't like one. So we started with 2, and then we checked out 1, and now let's check out 3. See how that sounds. I quite like this for a DMCA free song. I didn't realize that was going to be a break, match 3, so I didn't pause the music. All right, let's carry on. All right, so the orange one here is going to hit the 2 orange ones, and let's see if this sounds like a glass block breaking. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. The joys of Unity. I pressed the play button instead of the pause button to unpause it. All right. Anyway, we'll wait for another 3 to be matched, which, yeah, of course, it's not going to be straight away, is it? And also, it's still untitled, so I need to think of an appropriate title for this. It's not going to have Triss in it anywhere. It's going to have nothing to do with Candy Crush or any other match 3 game. It needs to be something unique. Oh, and here we go. All right, we're going to match 3 orange butterflies on the second row. And we're listening for the glass sound. Yeah, you see that? One sounds like a bottle. One sounds like a plate glass window. Yeah. Here we go. One more test of the orange and one more test of the blue. Yeah, that's too windowy for me. So, I think we're not going to have the windowy, which is 3. We're not going to have the bottle, which I think was 1. Yeah, I think 2 gets it. I think 2 is the winner. I think we don't even actually need a poll at this point. We take Audio Manager and we put 2 back in there. And we can always change it at a later time when we get to the polishing phase, but I think 2 has it for me. 2 seem closest. Might be worth trying with some slight pitch variance per pop 2. Yeah, I could do, given on how thick the glass is of the glass blocks they're supposed to be in. So we have pitch here as 1. So if we make pitch, say, 0.5, try that. Anders, how you doing? Welcome on in. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday. We're just looking up some glass breaking sounds for these blocks. My game for the Jern Jam. So as soon as we get a match 3. What I was saying earlier as well is I've made it so that if there's a block already falling down in one column, then it doesn't drop anymore in that column until the blocks finish falling. Just to make it easier for the player to navigate between blocks when they're falling. Alright, so not seeing any 3s that are going to be made just yet. Still no 3s. Alright, I see a 3. So this blue one that's about to land is going to go in this empty square here, the empty slot, and then make 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is how it's going to sound with the pitch at 0.5 instead of 1. Yeah, you see, the lower the pitch, the more it's starting to sound like the other one again that I said was a bit like a window. Maybe we can drop the pitch just to maybe 0.75 instead of dropping down all the way. Let's try that. Glass Bead Game Pro. Everyone looking for the novel will find your game. Con. Everyone looking for the novel will find your game. Yeah. I will not call it Glass Bead Game. How about that then? That sounded all right. Yeah. So, yeah, that's. I think maybe a touch more. Just maybe 0.7 instead of 0.75. Might be the winning number. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Let's have a look. Here we go. Hopefully the final glass breaking sound for the as yet untitled Jern Jam game. All right, we're coming up for a match on the blues. Here we go. See how this sounds. I'm going to put both ears on. Here we go. I don't know. Is that still... I went the wrong way, I think, didn't I? I went from 0.75 to 0.7. Should have gone from 0.75 to 0.8. Should have gone up closer to the 1 because that would make it more high pitched. All right. Give it another try. And also the speed at which these blocks drop is subject to change. So we had talked about the blocks dropping faster the more the game goes on. So rather than having, like Tetris, it doesn't really have levels. I guess Tetris does have levels. But anyway, it's more a case of the game's probably just going to speed up and it's seeing what score you can get. So it will be score based, but there'll just be one long level. Okay. Here we go. We're going to make a match. Hopefully this is the final audio settings. I'm okay with that. Like I say, subject to change. We can always switch it out later if it doesn't seem appropriate or if it's too janky when we start having lots of matches and lots of explodings going on. Thank you, Tatum. All right, here we go. We're going to match on the orange again. And then a match on the blue as a combo. But it didn't. What's going... Oh, there it is. I don't know why there's a delay sometimes. I mean, I'm glad it does finally catch up and decide there's a match, but I need to check on why there's a delay there. Why, Dukesoft? Why? I mean, thank you. Thank you for those blurb biddies. It seems there's a delay when there's been one explosion and then there's a combo where it goes to do the next one. It seems to be when there's that delay. Let's see if there's a delay on the orange. That was okay. Oh, we're going to get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get ready. Going for 6. Whoa. All right. I think we're ready to move on to the next stage. I'm going to have that as a sound for now. Seems to be working. What we can also do, because if you keep having the same sound over and over and over, it gets a bit annoying. We can maybe have some different sounds in there, or maybe the same sound but just change the pitch on it. So maybe we have a deeper sound if it's just one block, but then maybe a higher sound if it's like a whole bunch of blocks, or vice versa. Stop barking, my wallet is empty. Yes, well, they're outside now, so you should be good, I think, at least for a while, Dukesoft. Thank you. All right. So we're going to leave it as glass shatter 2 for now. We're going to leave it on that pitch. We can actually change this slider in code. So we could say have a range maybe that we can vary it between, or like I say, it might be good to change the pitch based on how many blocks are breaking at the same time. So a deeper sound if it's just a solid single block on its own, maybe a higher pitch if there's a bunch of them breaking. Or would it be the other way around? Would the sound be higher if it was a single block compared to multiple blocks? Well, by a single block I mean a match 3 compared to, say, a match 6. I have to think about that. All right. So, music maestro, please. Take my ears back off because I'm blowing them off. Show code. Or don't, you know. Do or do not. There is no try, as a little green person once said. Show code. All right, so we've got play breaking sound. We have that in there. I'm going to work on why there's a delay later on. Obviously, we've got a delay probably built into the code somewhere for reasons. And when it tries to do the combo, obviously it slows things down. So we need to look into that. All right, so the next thing, and this is the part I'm actually personally most excited about, is to get a 3D animated butterfly appearing at the location of the exploded block that's supposed to look like the butterfly has been released from the block and is flying out of said block. So the first step is to instantiate. do we need to... Again, this is the internal monologue I had when we were talking about the particle system. Should we instantiate it, or is that just going to take more resources to keep instantiating the particle system? Or is it more performant to do, hopefully, what we actually did and add the particle system to each of the blocks and then just play it when we need it? So by the same token, should we take this 3D version of the butterfly and add it in? I think that's going to be the best option. Otherwise, we've got to do calculations like, okay, we need to instantiate a butterfly, but we need to determine which butterfly is in the block. And so we need to read the sprite that's attached to the front of the block, or look at the block type, and it's, yeah, probably easier and more performant to not instantiate a butterfly every time, especially given potentially the number that we could be seeing on screen if there's a lot of matches. And it saves us having to work out which butterfly it needs to be, because it's just going to be already attached to the block. Yeah, that's what I meant about the pitch variance. Yeah, thanks, Dark. That was a good suggestion. Appreciate that. Different sound per color. See, I'm kind of on the fence about even having a different... You mean a different breaking sound altogether rather than a different pitch, Totem? Because potentially we're going to be ramping it up in a minute, and we're going to be having quite a few more butterflies in here. And it took me a while to just find that one sound. So, but I do like that idea. Different shatter sounds depending on the color, and that way you wouldn't keep, rather than changing just the pitch based on the number of blocks that are matched, you wouldn't keep getting the same breaking sound in the scene. More so the pitch. Okay. Well, what we're going to do next, we're going to, like it says here, spawn 3D version of butterfly on the block, and then we're going to animate the butterfly and move it off the screen. And then at that point, I think the next step might be, let's put it in as a comment. Different pitches depending on butterfly type? Question mark. All right. So now we need to... We're not spawning a 3D version of butterfly on block. We're enabling 3D version of butterfly on block. So in the same way that up here, yeah, we got components in children, so we grabbed the particle system object that was underneath the parent. We're going to need to do something similar. Grab the butterfly. Yeah, show Unity. So let's add the butterfly first and get something that we're able to reference to enable. So if we take BG prefabs, so we have B1 and B2. We have two blocks currently that Unity doesn't want to show us a thumbnail of. There's no point changing that. If we drag B1 into the scene, we're going to see whether it's the purple one or whether it's the blue or the orange. If we zoom, we can see we actually have the blue butterfly on this one, which means we need to go find the corresponding model under models and pack 73 butterflies. No prizes for guessing how many variations we have. And then prefabs, and then let's look at the ones. So this is like the basic prefab, and then the one that we had was blue, this one here. So we need to drag this up and put it under parent. So we'll add it here. And then what we can do, we have obviously multiple children under this parent. We can actually specify, as long as we always put it in the right position, these are numbered 0, 1, 2. So we can always look at the object in slot 2. Dogs are outside and we're having a delivery, so it's going to be lots of barking and yapping. Usually see on the burb cam and deliveries and stuff.
Hey BitGamey, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
You're welcome, Sir Attenborough. I have to say sir because I said Mr. the other day and I got in trouble with Nerdwino. So, yeah, we don't actually have a water leak on the porch. That is, in fact, a solar-powered bird bath type thing. That's why you can see sprinkles. And, in fact, I didn't realise it was a budget van because all I can see from here is it's a white van. But, yeah, apparently somebody in a budget van, which I assume is Amazon. Because do you remember when Amazon used to use their own vans? Now, I guess if you drive for Amazon, you can just rent your own van locally. I don't know. I saw him get out of his van. Now I've seen him get back in his van. I didn't see him come up to the porch, though. Did he make a delivery? Let's have a quick look.
I have to run out for a little while. You'll be returning
Definitely.
with some lunch if you're still streaming.
Alrighty.
If not, I hope you'll have a great day, Big Gum Duckelson Shunt.
After run out for a little while, I'll be returning with some lunch if you're still streaming. If not, I hope you'll have a good day. I'll probably still be here, Tatum. I'm planning on getting as much done as possible today. And it's been a couple hours, and I think we're already making progress, so we'll see how it goes. But if I don't see you later, then you have a great day and a fantastic weekend. Even though, you know, I do stream tomorrow morning, but it's quite early, 7:30 Central, so it's a little early. But anyway, I hope you enjoy your run out, whatever it is you end up doing. Okay, so yeah, apparently that was a ninja Amazon driver. Didn't even see him come to the porch, and they delivered 2 boxes and dropped them off. So there it is. Okay, so we're going to have the butterfly, and we're going to have it in the 0, 1, 2 in the second position, or the third slot, but numbered 2, so we can refer to it. Now we need to think about the size. I know they say size isn't everything, but in game dev it usually is. If we drag this butterfly out here, see, like it's a tiddly tiny butterfly compared to the size of the block. So we're definitely going to have to do some scaling up on this one. So if we bring it up to the side of the block, and then I guess we can rotate it 90 on the X. So we can see it better. Now, what about a scale of 2? Would 2 work? Because we want it to look like it's coming out of the block. So our 2 options are, we either make it the right size so it fits in the block, or I'm thinking make it the right size so it fits in the block, and if we need it bigger, or to look bigger, then we can increase the scale as it comes out, but I don't know how. I prefer keeping it at the same size and just making it the size of the block, but it's how visible it's going to be, because if it's too small, then we might have to do something like the increasing the scale. But for now, let's at least get it the size of the butterfly on the block. So if we also rotate it 90, nope. Going on right now? It's not on that one scale, obviously. Obviously, well, that's weird because we're rotating on the Z. Because the object is rotated, it's treating it like I'm rotating on the Y. So for purposes of just getting the size right, let's use the manual rotate widget There we go. And then if we kind of make it 180 on the X, and then 90 going to work for that? Was it going to? Yeah, 90 for that. And okay. So now if we change it to moving it and go to there, and as we can see, it's a lot smaller than the sprite that we created, and I'd like them to be the same size. So let's have a look. How about a scale of 2? 2? Now, is that the exact same size or pretty close to? I think we're pretty close to there. And now we need to see if, when we have it maximized on the screen, if the animated butterfly is going to be big enough at size 2 to actually be seen. We have it like that, and then we've got maximize selected, and I hit play. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Now we could get particularly fussy and make it exactly the same size as the sprite. I mean, it's the size of 2 now. Then also maybe we're not, I don't want it to look like it's the sprite on the front that's just taken off. I want it to look like the sprite on the front is an identifier for the butterfly that's in the block, and then it'll break, and then the butterfly will fly off from the block. I'm not sure how we convey that. Maybe we can set transparency or something of the sprite and actually make it slightly faded. And then it might even look like it's the butterfly that's in the cube. We even change any of the transparency. Show code. I mean, we could go into the weeds and actually change the shader itself. I feel like we're getting into the weeds a bit on polish at the moment, and we're not at the polish stage yet. So anyway, a note for later on. Let me add it to my game jam file. Fade out decal. So it looks like butterfly is in the block. Okay, that's on the list. So let's see if I can be picky and see if we can get the exact size that the sprite is. So we're trying to make a 3D object the same scale as the 2D sprite or decal that we have. Move this over here. And we can see it's just slightly smaller. Maybe if we have a scale of 2.1. Yep, I think that's spot on. I think we nailed it. So 2.1, that'll work. Okay, so if we reset the rotation, let's see what rotation we need when it comes out. I think that's probably right, because that's, move it back over here. And then, yes, we have it. We want it positioned in the middle of the block, don't we? And since it's a child object, we should be able to just reset its position to 0, 0, 0. We just have 0, 0, 0. Should put it in the middle of the block. However, looking like it's slightly off. Putting it at the bottom of the block doesn't help. We need really come around this side, back, front. Yeah, it's putting it at the bottom of the block instead of halfway up. So on the y-axis, to be, well, does 0.5 look? Is that too high? No, that works. All right, so 0.5. Need to position it. I'll just make sure that we replicate the same position on the other butterflies when we create this. Okay, so now if we go back to prefabs, I think this is the orange one here. So if we go back to BG prefabs, the ones I've created, and we drag B2 into this scene, and then if we take butterfly animated, this one, and put it there, and then if we copy the transform, which is the position, rotation, and scale, and then we paste it onto the new butterfly. There we go. It's in exactly the same position in the orange block, and it's exactly the same scale, and yeah, we should be good to go. So at this point, we're not doing anything with the butterfly other than, here's going to be the problem. What we're going to need to do, we're going to have the butterfly as a child of the parent block, but guess what we do with the parent block when there's a match? We destroy it. And when you destroy, oh, excuse me, when you destroy a parent block, a parent object, all the children are destroyed as well. So what we're going to have to do is a little bit of smoke and mirrors, and right before we destroy the block, we're going to have to unparent the child. So the 3D butterfly is going to start off being a child object of the parent, so it's going to be under this block. Right before we destroy it, we need to take this and go, okay, we need to move it outside of this parent and just make it sit in the hierarchy as its own parent object. And that way it can still live its own life and carry on and go to the multiple waypoints we're going to set up and flutter off the screen. And then, of course, we need to make sure after it disappears off the screen that it gets destroyed so it's not in the scene. Otherwise, we're going to have a whole bunch of 3D butterfly objects in the hierarchy, which is not going to do wonders for our performance. Handmade with love by Big Gamey. Shh. Lynn, that's our secret. Can't make emotes. Anybody else? Me, I'm going to say Billint made those. And he only made the Barbie one because it has the first letter and the last 2 letters of his name. Okay, so there's the butterfly. It's actually inside. Do we even need to hide it? Probably don't need to hide it and then make it visible because it's inside the block. Can't see it, and I don't think you'll see it animating, but we can test that. So if we go ahead and apply all changes to the prefab, and then apply all changes to this prefab. All right, so all we're going to test at the moment, peachy, Berlin. Stream is peachy, now you've arrived. So what we can do now, we'll give it a test and we'll see how it looks. What I don't want to see is the blocks coming down, and then you can see the fluttering of the 3D butterfly inside there. In fact, why don't we just hide it? Because I don't really want any artifacts, any possibility of something showing. Yeah, I think we're just going to hide it. We go back to we drag B1 in, and then we drag B2 in, and then we expand B1 and B2, and then we take these two, and then we hide them. I don't think can we hide them? If we hide them, I'm not sure if the getting of children, I'm not sure if it, certainly when there's parents that are hidden or disabled in the scene, it makes it challenging to find them with code. I'm not sure if it's the same with children, so I guess we'll give it a try. We're referring to the third child specifically, even though it's disabled. Will we still be able to see it, enable it? We'll give it a try. And if not, then our two options will be to either have it permanently enabled and then just make sure it's set far enough back that you can't see it fluttering and the blocks falling, or we'll just hide the mesh renderer. So the object will still be visible, will still be enabled in the scene, but you won't be able to see it. Okay, so I've got three options. We're going to try this one first. And so we need to... Did we apply the overrides? No. File. So the current option is that the 3D butterflies are hidden inside the blocks. All right, so in the code, I realize you're still looking at the code. That was pro streamer of me, wasn't it? All right, so in the code, we need to enable 3D version of butterfly on block. So it's going to be getChild2 that we're referring. b.transform.getChild.2.gameObject. Dot enabled or set active. Set active is going to be true, so we pretty much enable it when it hits the ground. So let's try that. Actually, it's 0, 1. It's 2, isn't it? Not 1. 1 is the particle system. Okay, so show Unity. All right, so we're going to delete the one that we dragged in as a test. And then when the first one generates in the scene, we're going to pause it. And then we're going to check the status of the butterfly and make sure that it is in fact hidden initially. All right, so we expand these. So butterfly animated is hidden, 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 hidden. All right, so the fact the first 4 it's been hidden on, I'm happy to assume that it's hidden on any of them that get instantiated, because that does cover both prefabs, B1 and B2. So what we need to do now is pause it right before we get a match, and then have a look at one of the blocks that's going to be involved in the match and see if the butterflies do become enabled after the match. Okay. No obvious match from the blocks that have fallen already. All right, that last blue one that's coming down now, I think is going to make us a match 3. So if it works, here's the problem. We've got to step it through because we already have it set to destroy at the moment and we're not unparenting it. So this could be challenging. We need to see if we can actually see it be enabled before the block gets destroyed. So step, 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 step. Specifically watching this object here to see if it in fact get enabled. Okay, so it is enabled. And there you are, you can actually see the butterfly inside the 3 blocks. Now that's working, we're referring to it correctly, which is good. But then they get destroyed because the block gets destroyed. So the theory's there, the theory is solid, show code. So what we need to do is we need to, when the block breaks, the block gets destroyed by this line here, and it gets destroyed after 3/4 of a second. So what we could probably do right before we call the destroy, we are enabling the butterfly, and then we are also we need to unparent it. So we need to say game object dot transform. Hang on. Dot transform dot parent. What's going on with my fingers today? Why do I keep pressing slash instead of dot? Transform dot. Oh! Dot parent, thank you, equals null. That's all I was trying to do. I was just trying to null the parent of the child to make the child their own parent. Okay. All right. So what it should do now is it should take the 3D butterfly and it should make the 3D butterfly parent object instead of a child. And so what we should see is the block will get destroyed. Everything will disappear from the block, but the static butterfly will remain in the scene, which is what we need. So at the moment it's just animated, we're not moving it anywhere, but we'll work on the movement portion next. Show Unity. All right, compile, 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 play. What we should see now is when there's a match, the blocks will get destroyed, the sprite or the decal on the front will disappear, but we should still see the 3D butterflies in the scene. They shouldn't get destroyed with it. I'm not seeing a match 3 yet. Still not yet. All right, here we go. There's the butterflies. All right, the butterflies clearly have colliders on, but you should still see a match possibly. Yeah, they're still matching. So we're seeing the correct butterfly. We have the blue butterflies and we have the orange butterflies that are appearing. All right, so that's working. All right, final match on the blue. Oh, I'm not. Got through. Match on the orange. There we go. All right. That's working. Show code. Okay. So we've spawned, enabled. Well, we didn't spawn, so let's that comment. We enabled particle explosion particles. Enabled the 3D version of butterfly on the block. Enable and unparent 3D version. Clean up these comments. All right, destroy block. Play breaking sound. The next step is animate the butterfly. Oh, it's already animated, so move butterfly off screen via random waypoints. All right, that's the next thing to do. Yeah, I've got a bit of a headache, so I'm going to BRB. I'm gonna grab another coffee. I'm gonna take some tablets, and I should be back in about 3 minutes and 18 seconds. See you then. Woosa! How you doing? Well, come on in. Yeah, I wasn't actually making tea on this occasion in particular. It was actually, since we're working on the Irish John Games Journ Jam, it was my Journ coffee cup that I was in fact refilling. Since I hear this volume at like 10 times louder than you guys do, and I've just taken some tablets for a headache, I'm actually going to change to something a bit more lo-fi. Let's see. Alright, this is a little bit better for my head. It's Friday and doing good. How about you? Well, since you asked, Woosa, yeah. Taking some ibuprofen to hopefully get rid of this headache. But you know, the show must go on, as they say, so we need to keep working on this game, because you might say, yeah, but you've got 11 days and 5 hours left. Why don't you just like chill a little bit? No, you can't. I can't anyway. Chill a little bit. I like to make progress, make good progress, get things done, and so that we're ahead of the curve. Because the last few days, I want to be doing testing, play testing, in addition to the play testing that we do while we're creating it, and polish it and try and make it look as nice as we can. At some point, we're going to have to create an itch page and everything that goes along with that. We have to upload a build to it. We have to have a trailer on there. We've got to have a screenshot, cover image, all the good stuff, and all that takes time. So just want to make sure that I'm happy with the progress that I'm making. So I think today I'm going to be happy if I can get to the point where we've now enabled the 3D butterflies, already animated. What we need to do next is move them off the screen via random waypoints, and then possibly have different pitches depending on the butterfly type, the sound of the breaking block. However, to be honest, I think we've done some sterling work today in the almost 3 hours that I've been streaming, and that, you know, if we can get this butterfly moving off the screen working, I'm going to be happy. That's going to be some great progress for today. And then whenever, I'm not raiding out yet, so please don't everybody leave. When I do raid out, I just want to make sure I'm happy with how much I've done. So we're going to keep it a little bit ASMR, a little bit quieter talking. You know, kind of how the hairs on the back of your neck stand up when you listen to Ice Bear Bear's stream, because of, you know, how sensual that voice is. We're probably going to crank it down a little bit, and yeah, we'll see if we can be a little bit quieter, at least until this headache goes away. So thank you, Bear. Welcome back. Good to be back. Yeah, let's see how we get on. So I'm going to move the butterfly off the screen. In order to do that, we need some random waypoints to move the butterfly to. Now, if we had all the time in the world, there would be a way that I would like to do this. But I think what we're going to do... See, here's the thing. I'm going to put random waypoints dotted all over the screen. And then from those random waypoints, now we've got time, we've got enough days left. I'm going to do it properly. So what I was going to do originally was just have random waypoints dotted all over the screen. And then when the butterfly breaks out of the block, show Unity. When the butterfly breaks out of the block, they would just go to 3 of those waypoints randomly, and then just fly off the screen. Let me explain why that might be a problem and what we can do to work around it. If Unity ever gives me control back after completing domain and compiling scripts. Okay, all right, so you see my mouse pointer. So the blocks fall down here, obviously, all the way down to the bottom. If you get a match 3 down here, and the first waypoint it decides to go to is up here, And then the second waypoint it decides to go to is all the way down here. And then the third waypoint is all the way up here. This thing's going to be flying around for 10 minutes before it actually gets off the screen. Which, you know, it does make it look nice, does make it look pretty, but at the same time, we want it to be block broken, out comes the butterfly, flies around for a few seconds, gone. So I think we need, rather than having some static waypoints, I think we need dynamic waypoints. What I mean by that is we're going to put waypoints in specific places, but also we're going to change the position of them on the y-axis depending on where the block breaks. So if the block breaks all the way down here at the bottom, we want the waypoints to pretty much be in this, at least the lower third, if not the lower fourth of the screen, just so that when they take off and they go to these random waypoints, they're pretty close to where butterflies are. And by the same token, if they're like halfway up the screen, we don't want them to have to fly all the way down to a waypoint at the bottom of the screen. I think that's going to be the best way to go. And the first thing we can do to test that is we're going to throw a bunch of spheres. I like to use spheres for visual waypoints. We're going to put some random spheres on the screen, and then we're going to change where they are depending on where the blocks break. So I think that should work. Let's give it a try. All right, so let's create a new group because I like to keep things as tidy as possible in the hierarchy. So we're just going to have a group called waypoints, and then I think 6 will be enough if we have 3 either side. But then here's the other problem. Kind of need to isolate. If you go over to this waypoint over here, then you just want to fly around the random ones on that side. You don't want to fly over to that side and then fly back over to this side and then fly back over to this side. You just kind of want to do your thing in a fairly concentrated area. So I think if we have a waypoints folder and then we have subfolders underneath that, and then we name them something like left set and right set. And then the left set, no prizes for guessing, will be the set of waypoints that we have on the left of the screen. And I think you can guess where this is going for the right set. So let's put some spheres in here. So we're going to have a 3D object sphere, and we're going to call this waypoint 1. And then we're going to duplicate it. Let's say 4. Let's call it waypoint R1, waypoint R2, waypoint R3, and then waypoint R4. Why have I put an R when it's under the left set? Alright, so now we have those, we can duplicate those, and then we'll drag those under the right set. And then these obviously are not really R1 through 4 because it's on the left side. So let's give them the correct letter that they should be and have L1 through L4. And then we can edit this one and do R1 through R4 for the right set. Okay, 53, 53. Look at that, double numbers. GG's unders. The right side? Were you questioning there why I was putting waypoints with an R in on the left set? Because if you were, Ice Bear Bear, then all marks to you because I clearly made a mistake. Okay, so we have the waypoints. We have the... It was my guess on where the right waypoints were going. Yeah. Right set of waypoints will go on the right side. So left set. We're actually going to bring the left set over here. Yes. Fairly central to the left-hand side. 12, possibly. Means this one is probably going to need to be plus 12. All right, there we go. And what we need to do then is kind of randomize where these are. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So difficult to put something randomly yourself. It's much easier to have code do it. We say something like that. And then I feel like I want to have a mirror image. I want to do the same thing the other side. So for L1, we copy that component and then we paste it onto R1. And then just negate the... Oh, we don't even need to negate because it's already using... Okay, it's already using the parent for the positioning. In theory, we should be able to copy... Oh, Bear, I haven't heard this song for a while. Good choice. Copy component, then R2, I'm going to paste component values. Okay, and then L3, going to copy component and then paste that onto R3. All right, so that's not quite the mirror image I was hoping for. Might have to do some manual dragging around of this. I thought Alana would suit this ASMR stream well. Thank you. I appreciate you fitting in with the theme of the room currently. All right. I mean, you're not going to actually see these spheres. We're going to hide them. They're just going to be placeholders or markers for where the butterfly can fly to. And so the plan is that they're going to move. They're going to be dynamic. So if... And now I'm seeing a problem. By using the same set and making them dynamic, if we get a set of 3 break down here, then it's going to move them down here, and then the butterfly is going to fly around and follow them. But then if another set breaks up here...
Thanks for the follow.
I'm going to have to drag up... Thank you for that follow. We're going to have to drag up... Potentially the butterfly is going to try and follow them down here, and then because there's another match 3 further up, it's going to move them up, and then the butterfly is going to be like, wait, hang on, and then when it goes to go to the next one, it's going to be flying up the screen. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stick with my original plan. I'm just going to have random ones over the screen, and so what? If a butterfly flies, you know, takes a little while to get off the screen, it's just going to be part of the prettiness, isn't it? You're going to have these different butterflies flying around. That works for me. So on that note, we're not going to need... Are we still going to need a left set and a right set? We have a butterfly that flies over to the left. Are we going to want them then flying over to a set that's on the right, or just keep on the left and then go off the screen? Butterflies never seem to know where they're going anyway. And that was my point from earlier, Bear. That, you know, when I looked up on YouTube the science science of butterfly flight, it's pretty much random. It's not like when you try and create like schools of fish or flocks of birds in games. Butterflies just generally, I don't know, it's kind of like they're always drunk and they're just, just amble in certain directions. And I'm sure that's probably to avoid prey. But yeah, I think my bigger concern is not so much that it won't look realistic, it's that how long it's going to take for that butterfly to get off the screen. And I guess that depends to some degree on how fast we move them. But you take my point, right? That if we suddenly get a match 3 in the bottom left corner and it goes over here, this waypoint, and then the next one it finds is all the way up here, goes to this one, and then the next random one it finds is all the way over here, and it's it's going to take a while potentially. And given that there could be a bunch of match 3s going on and there could be butterflies coming out, I don't want the player's view of the grid to be obscured by all these butterflies flying in the way. I guess it's going to be one of those suck it and see moments, as they say. We'll put it in. It's not a big deal once we've got the waypoints moving to add in something like, okay, well, if you go onto the left-hand side, then, just stick to waypoints on the left. So you're not covering up the play space. The better you play, the less you get to see. I like it. Yeah, I mean, that could be. It could be that's an intentional mechanic where, your vision might be obscured by these pretty things flying all over the screen. But also, depending on how fast we move them, because they're the same size as the decals on the front of the blocks, you might think, oh, I'm going to try and make a match 3, and then your vision gets obscured, and I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe we just need to put it in. I'm going to put it in as the waypoints separated out like they are now to the left set and the right set. Because at the end of the day, we're either going to have one array with all the waypoints in, and then it'll just pick random ones for it to go to. And then if that doesn't work, then at least I can separate it out into 2 arrays of left set and right set. And then if I've already separated them out in the hierarchy, then that'll make it easier to put the change in. So we will separate them out as far as the folders in the hierarchy goes, but initially we'll just put them all in one array we chosen to pick 3 from. Yeah, that works. Okay, we'll do that. So now we need to decide where the best place is. I guess match manager, show code. So it's actually, sounds like a solid plan. Thank you. It's actually in here where we enable I think we need to have separate script. I mean, I'm almost 99% certain that we need to have a separate script on the butterflies, and then the butterflies can control themselves. And they can pick the waypoints and do their thing. And then there's not going to be any conflict with the match manager trying to handle 50 butterflies on screen and where they're going and all that stuff. So yeah, let's do that. Okay, show Unity. So we've got the waypoints that we're going to be working on. We'll minimize the left set and right set for now. And what I'm going to do is just have a minimal amount of waypoints just to make sure we can get the random switching between them working for the butterfly. And I'm thinking, rather than it just be like a level butterfly like that, just flying, because they don't fly like that, do they? They kind of fly like that, like a plane coming into land. So I think we might need to play with the rotation as well. Okay. Oh, look, it's my random text message of the day. Big opportunity ahead. We're looking to buy an energy stock set to gain 60% within a week. Reply yes for your no-cost trading indication. How about I press this link here that says report junk. Delete and report junk. Here we go. Hello, Lee. This is Jason with Platinum Properties. I buy houses off market with cash for investment purposes. If a simple, fast sale makes sense, would you consider selling your house? Report junk. Delete and report junk. There you go, Jason. That's what I think to you. And if I could do my exclamation point JSON like Jern has on his stream, I would do that to you. Alrighty, so we've got 8 test waypoints. We have 3 included in a left set folder, 4 even. We have 4 included in a right set folder. So while initially we're not going to be specific about which side, later on potentially we could separate them out. Okay, so we have B1 and B2. These are our test butterflies. Okay, and we're going to have a new script. I've already got a block controller script attached. Do we want to just patch into that one, or do we want to have a separate one? Let me have a look. Show code. What are we going to have this script do? The script is basically just going to say pick 3, or I think that's what's confusing me with the 3 and the 4. There's 4 waypoints on each side, but we're going to say pick 3 at random. So we're going to say pick 3 waypoints to go to, or we're going to say pick a random waypoint to go to, and then when we get to it, we're going to say pick a second one, and then when we get to it, we're going to say pick a third. Then potentially if we do that, we could end up going back to the same one, which I don't want. So yeah, we'll pick 3 at random to start with from the list. Then we'll have the flow work through those. And then after it's been to the different waypoints, we also need to have some waypoints out of view of the camera that the player goes to after that. I guess just 1 at each corner is fine. And then just have it fly off the screen. And when it's flown off the screen, then we need to destroy the object. But it's not really a lot to do. I'm not sure we need a completely separate script for that, and we could probably just have it in block controller just so we can contain everything.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Because we're not really doing a lot with this at the moment, the script that we have. We're grabbing the rigid body. We're taking the word clone off of the name. And then we're calling movement check. Basically sets check now to be true. And then if check now is true, so if it is moving and all these conditions are true, we don't really need this in there anymore. How much manager a block just stopped moving? Yeah, so we just report back when the block has stopped. Not really doing a whole bunch of stuff at the moment. So I think we should probably just patch into this one. So if we have the question is, okay, so this is attached to the butterfly. I think this is where there might be an issue. We need it to not, it's attached to the block. We need something that's not attached to the block, don't we? This script has to be attached to the butterfly, which we're going to unparent. So there's not a lot of point in the script attached to parent object, which it is going to get destroyed anyway. So yeah. All right. So with that said, Darren, how you doing? Oh, come on in. Made some progress on the game today. We're just currently working on when the block breaks and the 3D butterfly comes out, having it fly between some random waypoints before it disappears off the screen. So we're trying to do. And I just realized, show Unity. So I was just about to attach the butterfly control script to the block. However, the block gets destroyed and the butterfly is then enabled. Butterfly Tetris. How you doing, Roiku? Kind of, sort of, not really. The only element really that we have from Tetris is the fact that the blocks do fall down, but they're single blocks, like you can see here. They're not shaped blocks. This is actually two separate blocks. So it's going to have an element of Tetris in that the blocks fall down from the top of the screen. It's going to have elements of Candy Crush or Match 3 games in that when you match 3 blocks together, they disappear. But then there's going to be another element of Tetris in that when the blocks reach a certain height, that the game will end. So you have to try and keep the block level down. What we're working on at the moment is once the block breaks open and smashes because it's found a match, we need a 3D butterfly to come out and flutter around and go to some random waypoints before it flies off the screen. And then once we have that working, then I'll probably introduce more types of butterfly block, given that the asset I bought has 73 different types in there. I'm not going to use 73, not because it would you probably wouldn't get a match by the time the blocks reach the top, but also some of them are quite similar. And I think with a match 3 game, you have to be able to see differences enough. You have to differentiate between blocks to be able to decide what you need to match. So I don't want one that's, hey, this butterfly is blue and has 3 spots. This butterfly is blue and has 4 spots. You know, I don't want anything that close. And if we take a look at the butterflies in here, the prefabs, some of them are quite different. Like this bright green one, obviously is different to pretty much anything else. But then there are like this red one here, red and orange. Then you have this one. Are they too close to having a match 3 game? Probably. Because when you shrink them down to the size that we're going to be looking at them at, yeah, you've got to be able to distinguish between them. This one's quite obvious. That's different because that's yellow, and you can see that quite clearly. And then this one. So we are going to use a lot of these, but definitely nowhere near 73. I mean, there are some that are quite pretty. We might use. So I'm not completely sold on which one's going to get included yet. But as far as Darren's question, productive day, yeah, it has been pretty productive. I was productive between last stream and this stream in getting the match 3 mechanic working. So that's now working. We have a particle system of the block exploding when we get a match. We added a glass shatter sound effect today so that when the glass box that they're in breaks from when you find a match, then you have the 3D butterfly that comes out of the box, and that's what we're working on at the moment. So the 3D butterfly comes out of the box. It's initially a parent object of the block, but then the block gets destroyed, and so the children will get destroyed. So once there's a match and the box is about to get destroyed, the 3D version of the butterfly, not the 2D version you see on the front of the box, 3D version gets unparented, so it is actually a parent object in the hierarchy, doesn't get destroyed when the box does, and that's what we're working on now, where it flies around the screen. And any educational flair to this project. So initially I thought, you know, when the block's falling down the screen, it's not going to make a match until it gets further down the screen. Should the decal on the front of the box be like caterpillar and then changes to like a cocoon and then changes to the actual butterfly picture as it gets further down? But at the very least, what I want to do is I want to have, since this is heavily about butterflies, is I want butterfly facts. And I did look up did Google to see if I could find any like databases, any APIs that had facts about butterflies, and I couldn't find any. So ultimately, I might end up making my own list. So at the very least, there will be some butterfly facts in this. But I would like, if time permits, and I get the game into a finished state, I would like to think about how else I can introduce an educational bent to it. As the story is, evil scientists are catching butterflies in glass boxes for experiments, and your job is to release the butterflies from the glass boxes so they can be freed and get back into nature, into the wild. But yeah, I'm still considering what the educational twist will be, or educational flair, as you say. So yeah, I'm gonna get the main mechanics working. We're gonna get some, at the very least, we're gonna get some butterfly facts in here so people learn stuff. They're playing it. Yeah, and then I'll give it some more thought about what other educational stuff we can put in. Because what I don't want to do, I don't want to sacrifice the fun of playing the game by leaning too heavily on the educational part of it. Because education, by its very nature, can be quite dry and a bit boring. And it's only when you find people like Balint of Science Streams that can present science and can present things that are educational in a fun way and an exciting way, and you actually enjoy the content. So if I can do that kind of thing in the game, then great. But I'm not going to lean too heavily on the education part that people are like, this is a bit boring, isn't it? I mean, I get that it's educating, but it's a bit boring. I would sooner create something that looks good, plays well, and has some educational content. But, you know, if I submit it and people vote on it and they're like, yeah, it scores pretty high in the other categories, but the educational part, I'm probably going to give it 1 star. I can live with that. I'll be okay. I think I will survive. So, just my take on it. I mean, this is the first year that Jern has co-hosted it, and it's the first year that the educational part of it has been added as a twist. So while I'm happy to lean into it, it's not my sole focus. It's not like, now what idea can I come up with for a game that's man versus nature, that's heavily educational? That's not the approach I took. The approach I took is the same approach, or a similar approach that I take with all jams, where it's like, okay, what haven't I done before? What can I do different that I might actually be able to learn something from it? You know, not, oh, here's another jam. Let me do another 3D endless runner that just plays into the theme. Anyway, that's my take on it. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. All right. So we've got the 2 sample butterflies that we have at the moment. And we know that we enable and unparent these when a match is found. But we need to add the script to the butterfly prefabs themselves. Bed talk, that works too, yeah. All right, so yeah, we're just going to add the script to this. And let's call it, I don't know, maybe butterfly controller. That'll be something, wouldn't it? When you want to control a butterfly. I think the way I'm going to handle this is I'm going to tag. I'm going to tag all the waypoints, and then I'm just going to grab all the waypoints in the scene. That would be the best way to do it. It's probably not going to be very performant, is it? maybe if I expose the array in the hierarchy, then I just drag in the waypoints, and then we can always update them after the testing if we need something different. So, okay, show code. All right, so I've got a bog standard template script from Unity. We'll take out all the junk we don't need to start with. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a public reference so we can expose it. And we're going to call it, now we're just going to have one complete array, aren't we? Okay. And we're going to call it waypoints, because why not? I mean, what we could even do, thinking about it, when we get the set dressing, how about this? What do you think to this idea, Bear? I plant milkweed every spring next to the wood fence. The monarch caterpillars munch them, then attach chrysalises to the fence. Interesting. How about, instead of just having these random points that it looks like the butterfly flies to and then suddenly changes its mind and flies off to the other one, how about if we put something at those points, like a flower or something, and then it looks like it's flying between different flowers before it takes off? I like that idea. Thank you, Bear. I do too. These things sometimes that just come to me. It's just like a light bulb moment, and I don't know if it's just me that likes the light bulbs that I come up with, but make it ever more pretty. Yeah, because that's obviously going to be one of the days where I need set dressing, as they say. I'm going to start needing to put something in the scene. The grey panel at the back, I feel like needs to be something. It's not a grey panel, something a bit more, I don't know, something a bit more decorative, but without being distracting. So yeah, I think if we have a skybox instead of the dark blue at the sides, and so you can see like clouds behind it, then I'm going to need to decide where these waypoints are, because if it's flowers, then there's maybe going to be some grass or some dirt and then some flowers coming up, but that would really be just on the bottom of the screen, right? How would I get away with having some kind of levitating flower halfway up the screen? Anyway, so grunge, how are you feeling? How are you doing? Are you enjoying retirement? Have you had lots of coffee today? Have you had any pastries to go with it? We just need all the details, okay? It's a bit ASMR today because I'm trying to get rid of a headache. I'm trying not to have it turn into a migraine. So we're going a bit lo-fi on the music. We're trying to crank things down a notch, so that's why I'm not very loud. Woke up from nap in sun chair. Well, then I have follow-up questions. Were you actually in the sun? Did you fall asleep in the sun? Did you apply sunscreen or sun lotion before you fell asleep? And did you wake up sunburned? I hope the answer to the last question is no. I only had a Ritter Sport with Nutella. Arrived in Italy at noon. Wait, what? You traveling? Woke up happy, no sunburn yet, but I got time. Ooh. Happy looking like a raccoon. Yeah. Oh, I have my sunglasses on. When I took them off, I got these big white rings around my eyes now. Flew down to my home in Como this morning. Oh, very nice. Yeah, well, I hope you have a great time. Wait, flew down to my home in Como. So you were going back home? I'm a bit confused now. That was one of the ideas I had. Outside the playing field, have and care for plants. The educational part just would be the diverse flowers, nourish butterflies and other insects. Yeah, but again, you see, I mean, forget there being flowers along the bottom. Show unity. So, you know, we could have something along the sides here, like just complete grass or dirt all the way across, and then flowers coming up. And then we could drag these spheres or the waypoints to the flowers, and then the butterflies will go to the flowers before taking off. That only really covers down here. That's not, I mean, maybe that's enough. Maybe they do just fly down because there's flowers there, and that's the attraction. But then what do we do with, we just have a skybox at the top with clouds and that's it? I don't know. Don't mind typos, please. That's okay. It's all good. From Sweden to Como, staying here in Italy until February. Wow. Nice. I haven't been to Italy. I've been to France a number of times. Still like to travel more in Europe. I'd like to visit Italy. I'd like to visit Germany. Let's just do more traveling in general, really. Tilted, how are you doing? How did you sneak in and how did Sir Grunge poke you before I saw you? Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay, I missed that. Are you having a good Friday, Kilted? Feel rested, happy camper. Yeah, I think so. It sounds like a nice little trip right there. How's Twitch's best ninja? Don't let Ninja Gloppy hear you say that. Well, you know, really, that's more a shark than a ninja, so oh, yeah. Doing good, written a couple of bits of music for the team for the jam, feeling alright about that so far. Jones. Productive day. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Okay, so I think I might just go with the waypoints being at the bottom of the screen. They can still be random. I mean, we could go to the point of, okay, I mean, based on what Icy said, do particular types of butterfly go for particular types of flowers, or is it just butterflies go for this type of flower? Because we could get into that. You know, we could say, okay, well, if it's a monarch butterfly, they like these types of flowers, and so we will make the monarch butterflies go to that one. And if it's this type of butterfly, we'll have them go to this one. Surely they go for most nectar, much like bumblebees do. No. Maybe we need to rabbit hole them in it. Different plants, different butterflies. See? So I guess then the question is, can we differentiate which type of butterflies we have in the 73 we have in the asset? Some share though. Where's Science? We need him. Yeah. Research time. You're not wrong, Bear. I think it's time for a little bit of R&D. As opposed to Sir Grunge, who apparently is having R&R right now. Alright. Show browser. Alright, we can use this tab because this was the one we were looking for the breaking sound. Which butterflies which flowers? Butterflies prefer flowers with bright colours, strong fragrances, and a shape that provides a stable landing platform and deep nectar tubes, such as zinnias, cone flowers, lantana. Some lantana out there. I believe that's lantana when you use the burb cam and you look at the burbs. And butterfly bushes. While there isn't a strict species to flower rule, certain flowers like milkweed, hey, that's what Ice Bear said about, are crucial for specific butterflies as they serve as host plants for caterpillars. Create a welcoming butterfly garden, plant a variety of native plants that bloom at different times to ensure a continuous nectar supply. Oh, nice choice, Bear. A little bit of Elton in the stream. I do have a guest room. Do you know what? If I had the bandwidth to take a trip right now, Sir Grunge, I'd be right there. Nettles will draw some of the most beautiful ones in Northern Europe. Nettles? What, like stinging nettles? What? Flower characteristics butterflies prefer. No, we don't really want that. We're looking for flowers that are specific to certain butterflies. Yep, the stingy stuff. Ooh, I hate stinging nettles. I have some PTSD from growing up around stinging nettles. I mean, not around them. I didn't used to live in a nettle bush or anything, but 19 plants that will bring butterflies. What flower attracts butterflies the most? There we go. Milkweed for monarch butterflies. I'm not really seeing anything other than milkweed for monarch butterflies. It'd be nice to find some must have, especially for monarch butterflies. Because people hate stingy stuff in their gardens, butterflies have hard times. Yeah, so we have a lantana. That seems to attract them quite a lot. We also have we have a lavender bush. They seem to like that as well. I see, it's fine, really. I mean, if it's like Berlin doing it, I'd be all over it, making a joke, but everybody else gets a free pass, so you're fine. Alrighty. Variety is key. Because then, of course, if we have our list of, okay, these butterflies prefer these plants, we've got to see if we can find assets with those plants in. Commonly, but what is a swallowtail butterfly's favorite flower? Nectar-rich, flat-topped, or clustered flowers? And then, of course, I've got to look up what the difference is between a monarch butterfly and a swallowtail butterfly so I can identify the 73 butterflies that I have. Open up a notepad. So we're going to say buttery. No, let's try that again. Butterfly. Who knew if you took the FL out of butterfly, you end up with buttery? A butterfly monarch. Flower. What do we say? Milkweed. And then we have swallowtail. I don't think I've ever even heard of. Is purple cornflowers. Actually, let me just copy this. Purple cornflowers, zinnias, milkweed, lantana, phlox, verbena, and salvia. Did I really highlight all of that but not just copy? Copy address. What's going on? Why does it not just let me? I'll see. That wasn't it. Where was I? I was further down. Here we go. Let me copy it for some reason. How amazing. Maybe it's because it's AI. Oh, why has it got to be AI? You scroll down and find something that's not AI, something that's actually a legitimate source. 25 plants and flowers. Flower preferences. We might not be able to do this. If we can't find enough of a list, we might just have to have a different bunch of flowers at the bottom of the screen and then all the butterflies go to all the flowers randomly. Unless somebody can come up with a valid link for me, a legitimate source that says, okay, these butterflies, these type of butterflies prefer these type of flowers. I mean, mostly it seems to be milkweed. They seem to be attracted for. This is great for monarchs. I mean, they seem to keep singling out monarchs for the milkweed, but it also says that milkweed attracts them generally. Closing out some of the reminders on my phone. Okay. Three lines, 23 typos shouldn't happen though. I feel impolite to do that. If you were doing it intentionally, then it might seem impolite, but you know, it just shows that we're human. I see the fact that we make accidents. Butter. Yeah, buttery butterflies. And flies. Together at last. Yeah. Yeah. It's about time. Pretty sure monarchs like milkweed for laying eggs because it's the only thing their caterpillars eat. Yeah, so I just feel like, you know, rather than saying, okay, we've got all of these butterflies in the game, we're going to make just the monarchs have just these flowers, which, while it would be educationally accurate, then it just doesn't seem right that we take all the other butterflies and just go, all right, just pick a random one. So I like the idea of having the flowers. I don't even know if I have assets for the flowers that we need. That's something I need to check. I mean, if you search the asset store for milkweed, oh, maybe it'll come up with a pack that I already own. Who knows? It's all one word, is it? I think it is. 96 results, search by price, low to high. Free grass flowers pack. I like the sound of that. Have a look and see if in fact there is a milkweed in here, or they just added milkweed into their metadata and it doesn't have any milkweed at all. Grass flowers pack free. This pack contains 12 grass and flower textures. Check out my other assets. Good lord. So, in fact, milkweed features nowhere on this page. So let's have a look at the package content. Let's see if in fact there's a milkweed texture. Don't seem very high resolution, do they? You know what might be a good idea as well? If I actually look up what milkweed looks like, that might help too. All right, so it seems like there's lots of types of milkweed. Look for dedicated butterfly drawing seed mixtures. We go to images. See, look, milkweed, pink, spiky, orange, not so spiky. I guess there's a whole bunch of different types. Which type do you have, Bear? Let's get some real life facts up in here. What does the milkweed look like that you attract all the butterflies with? These 16 native milkweeds. I'm guessing one of these 16 Here's the type that Ice Bear Bear has. We may never know which one, in fact, it is. In case you want some on balcony or yard. Oh, yeah, this was one of the links I found for butterfly facts. I don't see it there. Interesting. You don't see it in those 16. Right. So this is Google Images. Do you see it anywhere in here? Or if you're able to Google and find an image and post a link in chat, that will work too. Types of milkweed. Shade tolerant native milkweed. One on the left with the caterpillar on it. That's a B. You don't mean that one, right? Near the top. This one here. Orange one with the sticky up bits. Looks like little orange daisies. I use mixes for bees, butterflies, and other insects, e.g. food moths eating wasps. So, you know, I guess we could just have a bunch of orange milkweed at the bottom and then we could have them go into that. Or plants that I'm going to hope people assume is milkweed if I just have like orange flowers and don't have exact milkweed. All right, so that's probably about as big a picture as we're going to get. Go back to not to here, not to here. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. I know it's free, but also it's 6 years old, and you know I'm not seeing orange. I kind of wanted orange. Now I'm sold on orange. I know some people say nothing rhymes with orange, but yeah, none of these really look like anything that Bear's showing me. So how about we look for orange flowers with a silent K in the middle. I mean, the wasps eating the moths, not vice versa. I got you. Sort by price. 3D game assets, flora. I think as well, once we've got the post-processing volumes loaded and we're playing with the light and all that good stuff, I think probably it's not going to matter too much about matching an art style. It'll hopefully look fairly similar. Not really seeing anything in there. I mean, I could arguably change the colors, but I'll seem to not have to. Prefab, that's different, not prefab, prefab. I don't actually list milkweed as one of the flowers here, so let's have a look through. Flowers on the ground, flower purple. Very clear, is it? I mean, maybe these are just showing them in because of how their Unity's viewer is. I think it's dropping down the quality so much so you can't just like rip it off from here if you wanted it. Maybe that other one, the quality wasn't terrible after all, but Still didn't have the orange one that we were looking for. Nature pack, voxels. No, I don't want a voxel style. I mean, I can usually fairly well match certain styles, but voxel is like Lego bricks. I can't do that. Naps are the best. Thank my advice towards Bardi and Napawal had so much interaction today. I appreciate it. I see. Always good to see you. And yeah, thanks for chiming in. I mean, I do love the lurkers, but it's nice when people chat as well. So if you do have to go to Sleepy's house, not Bardi's house, because that would just be weird. But if you do have to go to Sleepy's house, then hope you get some good sleep. I love that there are so many free options. I'd just really like it if there was a free option that had the flower that I was looking for. Have a look, see what they call these. Daisy, dandelion, hyacinth, and rose. Really, not really what we're going for. Free, slice and smash, knife, fruit, and target. What got to do with flowers? Absolutely nothing. Boats and ships pack that apparently has flowers in. So let's take a look. I'm seeing some palm trees. I'm not seeing any flowers. No flowers whatsoever. I mean, quite nice models, but I feel like I've been duped. I don't think there are any flowers in here at all. 0 flowers. Thanks, Monko. Wall Slide Pro. Oh man, I hate the wall slides. Partly why I wanted to create a plop game, because I don't like the wall slide. I mean, that was a conscious programming decision on Pixel Plush. They weren't coding it and suddenly went, oh look, that one's just stuck to the wall.
Basically, what you're trying to say is that you can't control it. I'm not trying to say that. The whole bloody ship is.
It's the wild color scheme that freaks me. I mean, when you try and operate one of these weird black controls which are labeled in black on a black background, a small black light lights up black to let you know you've done it. What is this? Some kind of intergalactic hyper...
Anyway, Tubby, welcome on in. Are you having a good Friday? Alright, well, we're just busy looking for some flowers right now. Toon Props Pack. We're going to find anything in there that might look a bit like an orange milkweed flower? Possibly? Potentially? No. Is the answer. There you go. Quite quickly answered that question. Now, of course, we've stumbled out of the free zone. What about something like Eternius? Does he have any free flower packs? Eternius has a lot of free assets. I don't know about flowers though. I've never checked him out for flowers. Stylized Nature Mega Kit. You think that might include flowers? I don't think so. No. Not in that one, at least. Well, look, what else we got? Blah, blah, blah. Cube World Kit. No, it's going to be voxels again. Ultimate Fantasy. I'm pretty sure they're not got flowers in there. I see some grasses. Stylized we looked at. Nature Crops Pack. Ultimate Nature Pack. Okay, we'll close that out. What about this one? Do we see anything milkweedish? Woosa comes in with the drop. 71.88. I'm going to be a bit out of luck, to be honest, with the asset store at least. What if we try something like CG Trader or Turbo Squid? Search for milkweed there. I don't know, I'm a copy and paste today. Not like me. Alright, swamp milkweed. I mean, it's not orange. Alright, so if we price. How do we sort by price on this thing? $71, not bad. Not bad at all. Alright, we can try free, I guess, since I don't see a sort option. Free, you're telling me there's nothing free. Okay. And I get there's no such thing as a free lunch, but I'm looking for some free milkweed. How about that? Can you find me some free milkweed? What are you trying to tell me, Woosa? What are you trying to say exactly? I'm talking trash? Is that where this is going? Because I see what you did there. Alright, so maybe there just are no free options for milkweed. Which gives me all the more reason to need to sort. File formats. Well, I just kind of want FBX really. Okay. Price, I guess you don't really want to pay a huge amount. Upon what you're looking for. Okay, so I can't get milkweed for $5 or less. I think it's time we closed out CG Trader. I don't think that's going to help me much on this occasion. Here we go. Look, sort by lower prices. That's what we need. And obviously nothing on here either. So we do milkweed. That's it. Adobe stock. Thing is, we could use 2D. It doesn't even have to be something 3D, does it? 8-bits. Hello, stranger. How you doing? Long time no see. Busy working on the Journ Jam at the moment and trying to find a model of milkweed flowers so that we can fly our butterflies over to them when they get broken out of the blocks in the falling block game that I'm working on. But do you think we can find a milkweed asset on the asset store or CG Trader or Turbo Squid? No. Doing good, just busy with work lately. Feel that. Yeah. I try to stick to a streaming schedule, but it's not always possible based on IRL stuff and other work stuff, and sometimes just gotta do what you gotta do. So we're getting native milkweeds here showing in pink. So while I like orange, you know, if I could find one in any colour right now, I think I'd be happy. So Adobe stock looks like it has, I'm presuming, 2D versions. Yeah, 2D images. But you know, if it was something like this, we could just have that at the bottom of the screen. Now, with some smoke and mirrors, people wouldn't know that they were 2D. I don't plan on moving them anyway, like swaying them in the breeze, although it would be nice, and we could do if we had 3D versions, but I'm not sure. 2D, I guess you could just like rotate them slightly. Now, Adobe stock. I feel like you're duping me a bit here, because I think if I click on download, it's probably going to say, oh, you got to log in, or you got to sign up, or you got to pay some money, or something. Also, when I hover over this one, it says AI, generated by AI, so we're not going to mess with that. Because, not just because, you know, reasons, but it is actually a rule in the Journ Jam that you can't use art or music that's been generated by AI. So we're going to stick to those rules. And while I do like that Adobe tells you which ones have been created by AI, I think this is the point where we probably close out the tab and bid them adieu. Adobe ManyGraph. I mean, I can neither confirm nor confirm, Duke. Look at Woo, the rebel. Woo that's not actually participating in the jam, but wants to get me banned from it. I appreciate your input, Woo, so that's, yeah. Bruce Malt, how are you doing, you Factorio legend, you? Yeah, so since they include AI stuff in there, I'm just going to quickly close out that tab. I feel like I probably have milkweed in my 4,000 plus assets, but it's probably not tagged as milkweed. The person that created it might not even realize it was called milkweed and might have just called it something else. Hey, binging Silksong. Oh, how are you getting on with that? I've watched Balint playing it a bit on stream, and some of the other friendos of the channel. See, Feline Fancy has also been playing it without restraint. Somebody needs to reel that boy in. See, I have access to a Dreams Time account, but I think that's just going to be 2D again. Let me have a look in my other browser. See what Dreams Time has if I type in milkweed. Dreams Time. Milkweed. See, it's just photos of milkweed. That would mean me getting a photo, downloading it, using remove BG or some other online background removing thing to take it out, and then there'll be a whole thing. There is some with a white background in here, but let's have a look. Looking through photos. Don't really want photos, do we? What about vectors? Let's see what that comes up with. Vector graphics. Oh, butterfly life cycle. So we have eggs, caterpillar or larva, chrysalis, pupa, and then butterfly. Well, we can use something from that for the butterfly facts that we're going to be using. So if anybody has any links to something I could use in the game for orange milkweed, that would be good. Oh, Dukasoft. What am I going to do with Dukasoft? Verdict is still out on whether I like Silksong or not. Hollow Knight was brilliant, but Silksong deviates pretty heavily in how many boss fights and the environment is designed. I know, have they released the patch yet? I know they were supposed to be rolling out a patch to make it not so difficult, because people were saying that it's horrendously challenging compared to the OG game. It's soft like a Duka, yells like a Duka. It might be a Duka. It might just be. No milkweed, but I found some free flowers. See, milkweed seemed to be the one that it came up with mostly. The free flowers you've found, are they named free flowers? And are they flowers that would attract butterflies? Because what I don't want, especially since it's an educational jam, people to play it and go, well, you know, they're daisies, and butterflies don't really get attracted to daisies, yet when you break them out of the blocks, they fly down and go to daisies. And I just want to avoid that kind of conversation, to be honest. Especially if potentially it might get played on Balint stream where, you know, he knows about sciencey stuff. I will keep looking then. Thank you. I appreciate your efforts, Bear. Also, I don't want this to constitute, you know, hey, there's a whole bunch of people that looked out for stuff for your game, so, you know, you exceeded the 4 people on a team rule and you're out. You're cancelled. Blee blah, blue blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I think, to be honest, as much as I'd like it to be factually accurate and be milkweed at the bottom of the screen where we're going to have the waypoints, I feel like I'm going to have to go with something that's not milkweed. Which would be a shame because, you know, I'd like it to be as accurate as possible. But I'm just not sure we're going to be able to do it on this occasion. What about if we look on the asset store and just put in stuff like the other names, like Lantana? Yeah, I'm not spending $19.
Hey Dukasoft, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
You have 11 days, just learn Blender. I mean, I know enough about Blender to be dangerous. Now, could I design something that looked like milkweed? Probably people would say when I've done it, it looks more like a carton of milk. That would be the problem. Yeah, not a lot of activity today. It's a bit blowy out there, but those yellow flowers there, that's some lantana right there. Yeah. And when that bush is in full bloom and the yellow flowers are all over it, it is quite gorgeous to look at. Bushes can be gorgeous. Flower lantana, $5.99. You know what? I spent $5 on the butterfly models. How much do I want to spend on a jam game? I mean, these are quite nice, I'm not going to lie. What I could do is, why don't we proceed on the basis of, let's just grab some flowers that I already own without paying any extra money out at this point. And we can always switch them out later, because all they are at the moment is going to be spheres, they're going to be waypoints, and we're just going to need to make sure that we can actually get the butterflies to go to them. Same. That's why I like the simple packs. I can model cubes. Bit blowy. Excuse me, what? Microsoft trying to get me cancelled again. Okay, so if we go to my assets, probably shouldn't pronounce it like that, and then just do a search for, I don't know, flowers. How about that? Search for my assets. How about search through my assets? I feel like that would be better English. Anyway, I'm going to put flowers in here. You said it, not me. I mean, you know, you can't, I don't think that's a valid argument, to be honest. You can't just blame the streamer. I mean, I gave you the sword, but what you do with it? Plants, pack, nature, bushes. See, lots of green, not much colour though. That's a no. Thuja, plants, nature, asset. Yeah, lots of green. Where's the colour? A little bit of yellow in there, possibly. But again, not really flowers, are they? Flowers and garden. What now? I really hope there is a ... and that's just not where the asset name ends, because, yeah. Yeah. So we're going to look at Marcine's flowers and garden. I'm really hoping this is the word assets. Assets, thank you. Whew. Getting cancelled today. Alright, so I've got some yellow, what look like daisies, I guess. Let's have a look at the full details of this and see if Marcine actually did name the flowers. We go to package content and look inside Marcine's package. Wild sunflowers, white campion, pink carnation, marigold, lily. Yeah. Nothing really we can use there. Sorry, Marcine, but I appreciate you trying to help. Pandazole, nature, environment. These might be a little bit too low poly for what we need. Allegedly. Rodney. The zoomies. No. Thank you though, Pandazole. Let's try. Falling cherry blossom. I don't think. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. Idyllic fantasy nature. Why don't this feel like it's stylized? Yeah. No. Since when is nearing 2 p.m.? Wait, what? Is this one of those puzzles, I bet, where I have to put your words in the right order? I dropped an it. Since when is it nearing 2 p.m.? Oh, you lost track of time because you're having so much fun here and you realise that you should already be sleeping in the fridge. Now I get it. Okay, I'm up to speed. I mean, if you have to go run nap, Bear, since, you know, you haven't slept in hours and hours and could be days for all I know. And I understand that. It's nearing 10 p.m. for Roiku. Yeah. Me and Bear are in the same time zone though, so I totally get where he's at. Fantasy plants. Could we get away with using a fantasy plant? Possibly, maybe, allegedly. Yes, I forget entire words when I haven't slept. There you go. There was the red flag. That was the giveaway. I thought it was 2041. Not for me. Not for about another 7 hours, Dukasoff. Could we get away with any of these actually being milkweed, even though they're pitched as fantasy plants? You know what? I'm getting to the point where I'm just going to grab these and just put them in placeholders at least, and then worry about it later. I feel like it's good getting into the weeds, but literally maybe. But you know, eventually I'm going to have to say, let's just use this one for now. Garden entrance, statue. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a statue in this game, but potted plants. Not really looking for potted plants. Trees collection. Do we have any flowers, or is it literally trees like it says? It's Marcin again. Plant in a boot character. Yeah, I don't think we need him in this, although it's quite cute. Furniture. How does furniture come up when you search for flowers? Maybe there's a flowered sofa or something. Low poly nature pack. What are the flowers looking like? No, no, no. Old style cartoon flowers. I mean, cute. No, we're not doing a Little Shop of Horrors production, so maybe not. Simple, low poly, decorative plants. See, I feel if this blue was orange or pink, we might be able to get away with it being milkweed. Maybe, possibly. He's just faking. He's just faking a Brit. Yes, I'm not really British. I just put this accent on for the whole stream. Quite impressive though that I don't break out of character. I raid out and then I'll tell you what. Then I go back to my strong Brooklyn, New York accent. Roy Q just outed me very rudely. Hey, could we get away with this being milkweed? Is that just a bit too spiky? We argue that in fact it is. Let's get rid of the word acid. Let's just have milkweed. Something like this. That's supposed to be milkweed. Look, like starfish, it's like 5 points. Fantasy plants, where were we? That's not the one we're in. This one here. You think it's not 5 points though, is it? Might be a bit too much of a stretch. Maybe he's an Englishman in New York. Oh. Well, now I've got to play that song, Roy Q. I got it in my head. Alright, we'll have Bear's song first. And then, wait, PH Electro? Not the one I want. Ding, that's the one we wanted. Let's add that one to the queue. Alright, there we go. Feel free to skip mine. Don't you want it? I mean, we can wait. I don't want to be skipping songs that people have asked for. That's not what I'm about, Bear. You know that. You can listen to this as long as you want to. Okay. The question is, can we get away with this? No, that's fantasy plants. Can we get away with this looking like this? I wonder if we can actually go in and change the colour. If we change it to pink, I think we might get away with it, to be honest. We could change this to be pink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I feel like it's going to be 7 or 8. I don't know. Low poly woods. Have foliage, but it's only like single individual. I don't know, could we get away with this little pink one? Solitary strand on its own? I mean, it looks like it's usually growing out of these green stems. Look, there's like the big green stem and then it grows out of it. So I don't think we want anything like low poly that's just going to look like this. We'd have to kind of start joining it together with other stuff, and we don't have time for that. We've got time to spend hours looking through my assets for one flower, but we don't have time to. Landscape ground pack. You tagged this asset come up when people search for the word flowers. Maybe I'm just missing the flowers. Maybe there's still seeds in the soil, possibly. Meadow environment. What do we have in a meadow? We've got flowers in a meadow. Come on, show me close up of the flowers. Flowers? Why do you show me everything else singled out in 58 screenshots but the flowers? And now you're going to make me view full details and then wade through the package, and hopefully you've just got a separate folder called flowers and we can have a quick look and see which flowers are in fact included. Oh, shaders, what? Foliage shaders. Here we go. We break it down into flowers? No. Yep, not spend any more time on that junk. Thank you very much. $60, my patootie. Alright, Monsters Ultimate Pack. It's going to be low poly again. Low poly, stylized plants in pots. Maybe? Possibly? I don't know. I mean, I don't mind if it's in pots. I can see it in pots at the bottom of the screen. We can make it look like it's sitting on a windowsill or in a garden or something, but anything here that might barely resemble something that butterflies would want to flap around? I wonder if they say what flowers or plants they are. Sparky, how you doing? Welcome on in. Free to import and see. Yeah, because it's free, I could do that. I'm just going to have a quick look and see, though, in the description. That's going to save me having to load it in and wade through and stuff. If it's not clear in the package content, it definitely doesn't actually give any details of the flowers in the description. If we go prefabs, plants, and look, they're cleverly just numbered and don't actually say which plants are in there. So the only option we have left now, as per the suggestion from my fave bear, is to load it into Unity. Show Unity. Download. Supports URP, that's good, since it's a URP project that we're working in. I do feel like I need to crank it up a bit at this point, though, because I feel like we're spending too long in the minutiae of an idea that I had, and that we could actually get the waypoints working without having some flowers in the scene. But we'll do it. We'll play the game. Alright, so we downloaded. Now we're importing. Bear, how much do you love it when you get this message when you try and import an asset? This asset package has Unity Package Manager dependencies. It always make you a bit nervous when you see that? Do you always click the install upgrade button, or do you click the skip and just see how it works without it upgrading stuff that you didn't really want upgraded? It tells me post-processing 3.2.2 and shader graph 12.1.12. So I'm going to skip. I don't upgrade anything currently in the package. Always skip and see what it yells it needs. Yes, that's my usual course of action. So we'll see. Click skip, comes up with everything. I'm going to import, and it's going to use the folder stylized plants in pots. We need to scroll down the alphabetically sorted asset list till we get to the S for stylized. And here we go. Prefabs. Plants I understand, pots I understand. What's compositions? Different plants in different pots, maybe? Oh, I can see it's fully utilized for URP. Look. Yeah, buddy. I'm guessing what they mean is if you go in and convert using the native converter in Unity, then if you're lucky, you might get to see. So we go to materials. Wait, how are there only 2 materials? Right, I guess we'll try and convert this one material if that's the same one they use for everything. And if we go to edit and rendering and materials and convert selected built-in materials to URP, wait for it. Material was not upgraded. There's no upgrader to convert it to the selected pipeline. You said it was URP compatible. Render pipeline, here we go. So you have to run a separate Unity package. So ERP and Hadoop. So we're going to run ERP. This package has dependencies. Import. Yeah, we're PlayStationing it up today, Sparky. There was a grand total of 1 person that entered the prediction, which was Tubby Crumbles with 50 channel points. And he guessed correctly, so he got his points back, but there were no other participants. And so, yeah, he just got a refund, if you like. Thank you, I like it. Another Goodwill find, you know me and my Goodwill finds. Okay, so if we go back and clear out the console, and now it should have upgraded the materials or provided different materials for URP, but who really knows until we actually go and look at the plants and see if in fact materials are converted or if we see a bunch of pink. Wait for it. Oh, look at that. Delicious. All right, so this plant 7, that does not look like milkweed. So what we're looking for really is plant looks a bit like a starfish on the end. That's a little bit light, but that's only 4 petals. This is a bit more starfishy and pointy, which is the one I was kind of looking at. I don't know. What do you think, Bear? Would this pass as milkweed? Yep, love the bargains. Yep, me too. We're probably going to be doing the usual and hitting some more this weekend. See what's going on. Yeah, the shape is pretty close to the seed pack next to me. Well, I think we might go with this, at least for now anyway, as a placeholder. Well, let's do that. Let's go to the scene. Let's grab one of these little fellas. So just have a quick look at the others. Make sure we're not missing out on something. Are they the same colour? Because what I'm thinking is, if we're going to have like ground cover, maybe we could have these like domed bushes as part of the ground, and then just have the taller ones sticking up that they go to. Like, let me demonstrate real quick. So if we drag this in here, and then if we drag in this one also, and then obviously this needs to be bigger than that. It's a little bit tiny, not really showing up much. If we set the scale on all 3 axes and we just something like, let's go with 12 because I do like my round numbers. A scale of 12, and then we obviously need them to not be in the gameplay area. So over here somewhere, and then maybe something like this. Maybe. I guess also it's got to be in relation to the butterflies, doesn't it? So the butterfly, this is the scale of the butterfly we can see here. So maybe even bigger than that. I'm going to go with 20 for now. We'll do a scale of 20 and then we'll flip to the side. Okay, so we could bring it forward a bit. Possibly there. Posted a screenshot on Jern Discord today. I saw. Shape's pretty close. Here's the message did I miss? It says at the top, new publisher sale free. Yes, that's Sparky, and we actually saw one earlier as well. That said that in the asset store. It always makes me chuckle when I see the word asset abbreviated to that. You think there'd be something built in, so it's like, well, you know what? We've detected that we're going to take this text because somewhere at Twitch somebody said, okay, if somebody pins a message, when we shrink the message down, we're going to actually set it to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, because, you know, that's clearly the magic number. We're going to take the whatever's been put into it, we're going to chop it off at 27 characters, and then we're going to add 3 dots just to show that there's actually more to it. How easy would it have been to say, okay, if it gets abbreviated to these words, then, you know, maybe we'll do 26. So it just says AS and then 3 dots. But no, there's no checking like that. Twitch has auto mod, checking for bad words, everything else, everywhere else, but when it comes to a pin message, they're like, yeah, you're on your own. We're going to just chop it at 27. If it makes a word which might be misconstrued as something bad, then you know what? You're just going to have to live with it. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, why you can't just have it extended like that? When you click on the drop-down arrow, it just goes and trims it to that. I mean, you know, I think maybe certain people might be interested if that was what's on sale at the... Anyway, let's not go there. All right, so we're actually going to have one of these, and then we can kind of, just for now, we can duplicate it. And then we're going to have this one, which is going to need to be the same scale. So we're going to make that one also 20. And then let's just kind of very quickly duplicate this a few times so we have some coverage. But let's make them evenly spaced. So we have this one, let's say, you know, I like my whole numbers, so I'll say -5. And then this one, say 8. All right, so we're doing gaps of 3. So we have -5, -8. Got to do mathing now. -11, -14, and last but not least, -17. All right, so for now that gives us enough coverage for that side of the screen. And then if we duplicate it, or don't. Again, duplicate it, and then drag those to the bottom so we know they're a different set, and drag them to the other side of the screen. Same the other side, and then we need to take the plant 4. Let's make a folder. Right click, create empty at 0, 0, 0, and we're going to call this Flora, I guess, because it's plants and flowers. I'm going to take the ground coverage first, put it in there, and then going to have, how many waypoints have we got? 8, 4 each side, so we have 4 flowers. All right, so we bring that over here, and then down here. We're going to even have room for 4 of these things on one side. We say -6. Now I think we need to bring it forward a bit because it looks like the leaf is disappearing behind the plane. Yup. Bring it forward. Okay. All right, and then what we can do, I mean, we can add like lights and stuff, and it's going to look different when we do the post-processing. This is all placeholdery stuff at the moment. We haven't got to the polish phase yet. We're just trying to get some placeholder stuff in place so we can get things like these waypoints working. So instead of the butterflies flying between grey spheres, it does actually fly between flowers. And what we'll need to do, rather than just making it go waypoint, 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 gone, we're going to make it stop for a little while, possibly. If we can get it so it looks like butterfly is getting something from the flower, which I think we can do. If we make the waypoint small enough and then put it onto the center of the flower, I think it's going to look like that. I think we'll be good. 72, 82. Good job there. Okay, so Jern has just gone live. If anybody was waiting for Jern to start his stream, obviously the co-host along with Balint of Science Streams. He might be talking about some jam stuff. He might be talking about something completely non-jam related, but let's do a shout out for Mr. Jern. You want me to stream another 10
of you, Kids,
hours?
I don't think I've heard your voice, but I could be like.
You want me to stream over 14 and a half hours today? Is that what you're telling me, Blin?
Aye.
Maybe talking about carrots and naps.
That's kind of that's where my mind's at.
I need to stream another 10 hours. If you stream another 12, I can raid you. Oh, I was wondering where that was going. I was like, wait, I thought you meant me raiding you. I'm like, wait, in 10 hours it's going to be midnight for me. I'm pretty sure you're not starting streaming at midnight today. Okay. Alrighty, so I don't want them exactly exactly the same each side because I want it to have, look a little bit random. All right, so yes, I won't be streaming for another 12 hours or 10 hours, Berlin. We're going to be wrapping things up shortly. I'm just going to get these flowers in place, drag these spheres to the center of the flowers, and then I'm going to raid out, and then off stream I'll set up the waypoints and randomness and see if we can get the butterflies doing what they need to do. So on that note, we need 4 each side. Maybe we do 3 each side if 4 was too many fit in. The original plan was we were going to have the waypoints all over the screen randomly, and then the butterfly would just be like they were fluttering and disappear. What we're going to have now is it's going to be flowers each side, and see, another educational part to the game. Butterflies are going to go and get what they need from the flowers. They're going to fly to 3 random flowers and then fly off the screen. So we need to actually reduce these to 3. So we have one. Let's see how many flowers we can fit in before we start taking things out. All right, so plant 4, need another couple of those. And then we're going to bring 1 over to here. And then 1 over to here. We don't want them evenly spaced, because when are they ever actually really evenly spaced? When they're actually outside. We're going to have some randomness here. And then we're going to do some rotation. They look a little bit different. If we grab the y-axis on the rotation, we spin it around a bit. That makes it look different. And then we'll take the last one here and we'll spin that around a bit so it looks a bit different. Okay, and then we'll take those 3 and then we will duplicate them. Make sure they're all dragged to the bottom. And then we need to move them across to the other side. And now we need to kind of randomly space them out so they don't look like a mirror image the other side. In fact, we'll probably change their order as well. So we'll have this one over here, and this one can be here, and then this one here be about here. Now have we lost one off the side of the screen? Has that gone too far over? We do coming back a little bit, right? Yeah. There we go. Okay. Now we have some flowers and stuff. In fact, I think we don't really want to see the blue through the green bushes, do we? So if we take the whole flora group and move it downwards. There we go. Look how much better that looks where you can't actually see through the green at the bottom. All right, now is that too high in the air? That looks like it might be. Yeah, it's sitting above. And that needs to be like that. This one be like that. Different heights as well. I'm liking this. And whoa, where did this one go? Did it get clipped by the camera? Oh, there we go. Okay, so up here, and then where are we going to plant it? There, that works. Okay, and then over to the other side, and this one like that. And this one, nope, again, this one, that, and then this one. All right. And then we have 4 each side, but we only have 3 flowers because 4 is going to be too much of a squash. I think we can lose one of the waypoints each side, so we'll just have 6. I think that's still enough waypoints that we can make it look fairly random. If we lose waypoint L4, and then under right set, we lose waypoint R4. Alright, and then I won't shrink them down for now because it'll, regardless of the size of the sphere, we're going to be hiding it, and it's still the center of it that will be the waypoint that they go to. So what I'd like to do, I know originally we said, well, just have the butterfly fly between all the different waypoints, pick 3 at random, and then disappear off the screen. And now we've said, okay, we're going to have flowers, so it'd be nice if when the butterfly comes down, it stops at the flower for a while and looks like it's doing something, and then goes to the next one and then looks like it's doing something, which is good. What I'd like to do, though, I feel like, do they ever really sit still? I'm not sure sit is the right word, but you know what I mean. When they come down and they stay on a flower, do they actually like sit on the flower, or do they hover up and down right next to it and then take off? So I feel like that might be a more realistic effect, rather than have it just come and stop completely where it is. Maybe when it gets there, we can introduce some kind of up and down motion, possibly. We'll see. These things are going to be play it by ear, see how it looks. But for now, we need to position these waypoints on the flowers. So it's going to be the biggest of the flowers. So if we take, I guess it'd be nice to truncate the numbers in the order of them, wouldn't it? So if we have waypoint 1, bring that over here, and down here, into the center of the flower. All right, that one works for that. And L2, going to bring over down into this one. I mean, we can also add extra waypoints later. So, you know, obviously there's multiple flowers on here. So we could, if we wanted to mix it up, we could add another 3 waypoints and then use both flowers in the sit. But now we're just going to use the biggest one. That's L1. See, there's 3, isn't there? There's 3 flowers. Okay. So L1, L2. And then L3. We'll put on this one. Alrighty. That's those 3. And then over this side, I'm going to have R1. Wait, it's all the way over the back there. What's going on right now? Not even level. What's going on? Who balked my flowers? Alright, now they're all on the pretty much the same Z plane. All of these. I guess because we rotated them, it's now saying they need to be on different Z planes. Anyway. So now we have R1. These 2 come down here. Over the top of that. And then R2. R2D2. There. And then R3. Definitely need to bring it up. And that way. And let's look at it from the top. All right, so now, now I've moved them forward. Look, got them. Okay. All right, I think we're in good shape. We've got 6 waypoints, we've got 6 flowers, and we've added a sound to the blocks. We have a 3D butterfly that appears when the block blows apart. So let's take these 2 and just hide them for now because we don't need them in the scene. They're the test ones. And if we set it to maximized instead of focused. All right, and let's have a look how the game looks so far. And bear in mind the grey spheres will be hidden after we have the waypoints working, just there as placeholders at the moment, so we can see where the butterflies will fly to. So, last final test of the day. Possibly. Come on, Unity. I've got faith in your ability to, you know, do the one thing you're supposed to do. Completing domain. Here we go. All right, so I've got them falling down, and then when there's a match 3 or more, the boxes will blow open, and the 3D animated butterflies will be there. They're just not moving yet, and then we'll have to move them to the waypoints for the flowers. Here we go. This next blue block is going to set one off. Now they are. There's the 3D ones that are going to be flying away. Obviously at the moment they're causing issues because they have colliders on, and so the blocks are just buffing up against the 3D butterflies that appear. Funnily enough, even though they're not an exact match because of the butterflies making them off of their center point, it is still matching. Very interesting. They're slightly off there, those 3, so it's not seeing them as a match, the blue ones. All right, one last test. Here we go. There it is. All right. Goodly, goodly, good. Making progress again. The lighting's a bit terrible, but that's for another day. We managed to get the sound working. We have the match 3 mechanic working. We have the box exploding. We generate or enable the 3D butterfly, and we unparent it so it doesn't get destroyed when the box is destroyed. And now we have some waypoints that we can fly the butterfly to. So what I'm going to try and do off stream, are we going to work on this tomorrow? I don't know. We don't ever really know what's going to happen on Sandbox Saturday, do we? So we might carry on working on this since it's not really the main project that we're working on, or we might do something different. We'll see. Thank you, Bear. Appreciate it, and I appreciate you staying up all this time for the whole stream today. It's very impressive, given that, you know, you should be sleeping like Bardi and who else said they were going to sleep? Icy April Dawn, yeah, said that they were going to sleep too. So Flowers look pretty. Thank you, Sparky. I think once we start doing things like looking at the polish of the scene and we start adding post-processing profiles to change the effect of slightly how it looks, things might look different. We might need to add some extra lights in there. So we might need to illuminate slightly just to make it stand out. But also, the blue background that you currently see behind them is not going to be there. Hopefully going to have a nice sky box so it looks like a sky. And who else? I mean, who knows what else we're going to put in as the set dressing? We'll have to see when we get to that stage of the game. But for now, I'm quite happy with how it's progressing. Doing well. Yeah, I mean, really, the butterflies coming out of the blocks when they explode and going to the waypoints, it's kind of one of the last, without feature creep, one of the last mechanics to introduce to the game. And then we can start looking at things like, okay, we need to detect how many blocks get destroyed, because if it's 3, you might get a certain score. If it's more than 3, you might get like some kind of combo score or something. And then also, can we detect within a certain amount of time if, say, we get a match 3 and the blocks blow away and then another level falls down, and then because of the level falling, rather than any new blocks joining, if then it creates a combo effect where another row gets blown out, can we detect that and can we create some kind of combo score and indicate on screen that that was a combo move? Yeah, we shall find out. Bamboo effect on the sides is really nice too. Thank you, Sparky. Actually, that reminds me, thanks for that. They're not supposed to cast shadows, and because of how the lighting is at the moment, I think we can see that it's actually casting a shadow on the right-hand side. It should cast a shadow on both, but I think because of where the light is, it's more obvious on the right-hand side. What we need to do is, in fact, like this. It says cast shadows on. We actually have the bamboo casting a shadow onto the plane, which we don't want. If we grab all of the wood, then cast shadows off. Okay, there we go. More of a 2D effect. We did turn shadows off on the plane. We turned shadows off from the boxes. So, yeah, if later on we need to enable shadows, we can. But for now, I think it's a bit of a distraction when we're trying to have it look like a 2D game. All right, now I'm not sure whether we should have just... Yeah, I think what I might do as well is continue the green low-lying flowers to underneath the board, because at the moment it just looks like it's a bit bare underneath. And maybe if we had something like these plants here, if I duplicated that and then move that to the end, and then drag that over here, then duplicate it again and put another one the other side. Last but not least, another one here. There we go. That looks a bit better instead of having everything bare under the grid. Okay, and what we could also do at some point, possibly, is maybe change the rotation slightly, the tall flowers that they go to. But if we do that, then it's easy enough just to move those spheres as the waypoints, and then wherever we end up with the flower head is where the butterfly can go up to. Yeah. All right, I think we are getting there. Let's do a file, save project. So we've definitely got it. All right, and how much time we got left? 11 days and 3 hours. Okay. Well, I think just for the jam couple of weeks, if they're actually streaming, which we know Jern is, that we'll raid out to the mighty Jern since we're working on his jam just for a couple of weeks, and then we'll go back to raiding different people afterwards. So that makes it fairly easy, as in we're going to jump over to the stream ending scene. I'm going to thank everybody for their participation today, even if you just showed up and just lurked in the background and I didn't even know you were here. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the content too. Let me kick off the raid message right here for the Journmeister. Irish John Games. This channel is intended for mature audiences. I think most people, if not everybody here, knows Jern, and there might be some effing and jeffing, but you know, it's all in good fun. There's nothing malicious, and you'll have a great time over there. I can pretty much guarantee it. So, thank you, Sparky. Thank you, Darren. You have a good night too. Thank you, Bear. Always a pleasure. And yeah, if you want to grab the raid messages, the first one is for subscribers. The second one is for non-subscribers. And we can actually throw them, if you so wish, into Jern's chat when we get there. It looked like he's still on the welcome screen, but, you know, sometimes it can be 1 hour plus on the welcome screen, so that shouldn't really stop us raiding on over there. So big thanks to the mods, as always, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Berlin. Thank you, Dukasoft. I don't think we actually saw Jern today, but he's a busy boy and, you know, is running around in headless chicken mode at the moment. But I'll be back tomorrow. You get 2 consecutive days of Bit Gamey. I know, I'm excited too. But that'll be 7:30 AM Central Time tomorrow. Hopefully you can join me then and find out if I'm still working on the jam game or if we're doing something different. Who really knows until we start? I certainly don't. All right, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for all the blurt bits and all the biddies and things, and I'll see you soon.